established protocols in order to save time. Before I give you my remarks, may I request that my colleagues on the Manifesto Committee and all the individuals who assisted on the various committees we have, could you please stand in solidarity with, please stand, members of the Manifesto Committee and members of the various committees. Our mandate as a Manifesto Committee was to curate a blueprint anchored on the NDC's vision of economic transformation for the Ghana we want. We proceeded by subjecting our 2020 People's Manifesto to 22 expert committee review. We then synchronized the reviewed blueprints with invaluable recommendations from party leaders, organized labor, civil society organizations, youth groups, women's groups, think tanks, religious groups, traditional leaders, professional bodies, academics, and diverse backgrounds who were engaged across the country. In doing this, we took cognizance of the dire straits our dear nation is presently faced with, as a result of 8 years of the deplorable leadership by the corrupt Akufo-Addo, Bawumia, the MPP administration, and the opportunities for overcoming same. The result of these rigorous research, debates, consultations, and engagements is the manifesto we are about to launch. The NDC's program for resetting Ghana and revitalizing our economy for jobs and prosperity for all. My brothers and sisters, this is the statement from my comrades in the Manifesto Committee. Let me take a few minutes to recognize those individuals who worked over a period of 4 years. The membership of the Manifesto, the 23-member Manifesto Committee. Number 1, Professor J. Nana Opoku Ajeman. Could you please stand for people to recognize you? Professor Seth Opuni Esiama. Professor George K.T. Oduro. Professor John Gachi. Dr. Keso Atufosa. Dr. Peter Buama Otukono. Dr. Yakubu Alasan. Dr. Johnson Esiama. Dr. Kwekuche Aka. Dr. William Ahaji. Honorable Haruna Idris. Ambassador Sampi Yale. Honorable Mavis Amma Frempong. Mr. Kofi Trichie Upoku. Mr. Alexander Mould. Mr. Kakra Esamwa. Mr. Michael Abe. Honorable Isaac Adongo. Mr. Prosper Huetu, Esquire. Mr. Sam Baba. Honorable Elvis Afriye Ankra. And the Secretary to the committee, Honorable Nana Oye Bampo Ado. These are the 23 individuals who crafted the document we are going to be launching this afternoon. May I then ask the other members of the committee, the 22 committees, please stand for a few minutes. Let's give you a round of applause. Members of the 22 committees, those who are here, not everybody had a ticket, and therefore most of you are not here. These are the individuals who served on the 22 committees we established to do research, gather data, and produce the documents that we synthesize into the manifesto we are launching today. So my brothers and sisters, comrades, we thank you so much. May the good Lord continue to bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our NDC great and strong. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Comrades, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to quickly acknowledge a few of the groups and personalities we have in our midst. And please, if you don't hear your name, don't worry. In due course, we will introduce all of you. We have here members of the Functional Executive Committee of the great NDC. Our national officers are here. A round of applause for them. Please, can you give us a wave? Give us a wave. Yes. Our national organizer, Comrade Joseph Yamin, is here, ably supported by all our national officers. Then we have here members of the National Executive Committee of the party. Please give us a wave. A round of applause for all of them. And please, I want to hear your applause for this group. Our hard-working 137 members of parliament. A round of applause for our gallant MPs. And please, a special round of applause for their able leadership led by the Honorable Atto Forsen. I also want to specially acknowledge a leading member of the NDC, a member of the steering committee of our 2024 campaign, Dr. Kwamina Dufour is here. A round of applause for him. Then we have a man who served this nation in many positions. He is the former Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Do Ejaho. A round of applause for him. Once a leader, a round of applause for the Member of Parliament for the good people of Tamale South, Honorable Haruna Idrisu. And then we have the chairperson or the head of the campaign team of the flag bearer, who also doubles as a national vice chairperson, Professor Joshua Alabi is here. A round of applause for him. The head of the campaign team of the running mate, Honorable Alex Segbefia, is also here. A round of applause for him. And then we have the former national chairman of the great NDC, Honorable Dr. Samuel Opozuambofu here. A round of applause for him. And in due course, I'll be introducing other dignitaries herein present. Now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, fellow countrymen and women, the NDC has an unparalleled legacy of development and national transformation. A legacy that we are proud of. Unfortunately, many are those who have been hoodwinked and deceived to believe otherwise. And that is because of the considerable deception and mischief that our opponents have peddled about our record, especially the state of the country we bequeathed to the MPP on the 7th of January 2017. And so even before we go into our manifesto for the 2024 election, it is important to set the record straight. And if it's about setting the record straight, then you will agree with me that there is none better than the man who led the famous forum for setting the record straight, a man who has inspired me a lot. With a round of applause, with a rousing round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the microphone, the Chief Executive Officer and General Secretary of the great NDC, Honorable Fifi Fiave Kwete.
Thank you very much. May I begin by acknowledging the presence of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the flag bearer of the great National Democratic Congress, and the spouse who is here. I want to acknowledge the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Alban Sumana Babin, who is here with us, Prof. Nana Jane Opoku Ajima, the running mate of our flag bearer, my national chairman, all members of the National Executive Committee of the party who are here, the former Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Doa Jaho, who is present, Minority Leader, and all our MPs who are here, members of the Council of Elders, the chairman of the Manifesto Committee of the party, the planning committee of this manifesto. We want to thank you for the good work done. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just begin by acknowledging that we have a task ahead of us come December 7, 2024. And what we are about to do today is to unveil our policies that we want to present to the people of Ghana with a hope that that can inspire our people into knowing that we truly have a plan for our country. Over the last 8 years, what we have seen has been a systematic degradation of our nation. A nation that was on a cusp of transformation has systematically been brought to a level where today hope is gone and opportunities for our young people have virtually vanished. So today we are going to be listening to the unveiling of a set of policies that will bring about some hope for our country again and set this country anew towards restoring our country to where it ought to be. Now, but before I go into the nation that was left for our friends when they took over in 2017, let me just say it this way. That we need to be careful that the competition for power should never become a simple competition between who can promise more. Because if it's an issue of promising, we know we in the NDC, we can never match our friends in the NPP. I mean, many of you remember that even as far back as 1992, in that very first election of this Fourth Republic, NPP already started promising this country their capacity to build rail lines from Accra all the way to the northern part of Ghana, 1992. So these are people who are known for easy promises. Because unfortunately their belief is that to win power, you simply need to say anything. So anything that can be promised, just promise it. So a contest between us and them on the back of promises is a contest that naturally we will lose. Why? Because if you have integrity and you have honor, you don't just promise anything for the sake of promise. So what I want to establish before I go into the Ghana we left is that promises are important, but promises based on policies that we want to deliver must be inspired by principles. When principles inspire your policies, you are able to deliver those policies. Now, so when, for example, you say that you want to transform Ghana in 18 months, we know that that's a policy that is not underpinned by any principle. That's a policy that is simply anchored on lies and deception. We know that when you say, for instance, that you want to change this country from taxation to production, you clearly are stating a policy that is not anchored on truth. You are lying, because it's simply not possible in a developing country to tell people that you want to remove taxation and simply have a country that is only for production. It's not possible. Some amount of taxation will definitely continue. When you say one village, one dam, and you know beyond doubt that you do not have that capacity, you are deceiving the people, and that is what we have seen over the last 8 years, that every single one of those promises today have become promises that are null and void. Now, so we want to make a difference. And the difference we want to make is our promises and our policies are anchored on principles. And those principles represent the life of the promises that we make. So, if you saw over the 8 years that we were in power, what it is that we were able to deliver for our country, you must appreciate that it is because every single thing we said, even though we were not perfect, was anchored by sound principles. And those principles were anchored on the respect we have for our people. The need for us not to just tell our people anything because we want power, but tell them what it is that we can truly achieve. Now, so, in the 8 years that we were in office, these are some of the things that we left behind for our friends. Even though they came into office, and the first thing they did was to tell the country that we left for them a country that was destroyed, a country that was in a mess. But truly, if you go through the record, you know that many governments would actually be happy to find the foundations that we left behind when we left office in 2016. In 2016, when we were living, we delivered for our friends in the MPP a sound economy that was marked by sustainable public debt with a debt to GDP ratio that stood at 55.6%. A stable credit rating of B-, a low budget deficit of 6.1%, a declining inflation rate that stood around 15%. We handed over to them a depreciation of currency that stood about 9.6%. Handed over to them a manufacturing sector that was very strong. We handed over to them 2 massive oil fields that they inherited. Handed over to them a cocoa sector that was thriving and was producing at over 960,000 metric tons a year. Handed over to them a number of significant buffers. And some of these buffers are the ESLA that we handed over to them. We handed over to them Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, handed over to them a sinking fund, and all these were funds that any government taking office would be happy to inherit. Now, apart from this, we handed over to our friends the most monumental portfolio of investment that you can ever boast of in every sector, whether in the health sector, in the educational sector, in the energy sector, across the whole segment of all that we had in government. Many people would actually wish that they inherited such an economy. Our friends unfortunately took over and pretended this was an economy that was in chaos. Now, when you take over a country and you cannot even acknowledge what you take over, you lie about the quality of the economy that you had made, right from the word go, you are in difficulty. Now, so what I want to just close today to say is that our manifesto that we are presenting to you today, just as we have done in the past, is a manifesto that will be delivering to you promises and policies that we know are achievable. The things that we cannot do, we will not talk about. But what it is that we can do, we will elaborate today in order for the country to know the clear difference between the NDC and the NPP. The final thing I will say before I sit down is that no government is perfect, so we accept that mistakes can be made. But what you do when you are in government is to show the humility, which humility means that when you are charting a path and there is a problem, you should have the capacity to acknowledge it and be able to receive the feedback so that corrections can be made. The manifesto we are presenting today is by no means going to be a perfect manifesto. But one thing we can promise you is the humility of the leadership, the humility of John Mahama, the humility of the people who are going to work with him to be able to say if there is a problem, we will be able to receive the necessary feedback and do the corrections in order to be able to deliver for the future. Unfortunately, we deal with people who, even when it is blatantly wrong, even when the vehicle is driving in the wrong direction, they are too proud, they are not humble enough, they are too arrogant to acknowledge it, and they continue driving in that same direction, refusing any feedback, refusing any constructive criticism. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to say more than this, but to simply establish to you that we are a party that makes every effort to establish every policy and every promise we make on sound principles, the principles of truth, the principles that our national anthem teaches us, that we need to cherish fearless honesty in all we do. It is only on the back of that honesty that we can truly have a nation that is truly great and strong. Thank you very much.
Eyezu Yes, another round of applause for the General Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst some revered chiefs that I would like to acknowledge. We have here the paramount chief for Gomua Ejumako, Obrimpon Nyamfo Krampa. A round of applause for him. We also have here the chief of Efitu Esuap Ebusuya Penyi Nenyi Akon. A round of applause for him. We have here Nana Nekte. A round of applause for him as well. Then we have the Moses chief for the Greater Accra region, Naba Kauda. A round of applause for him. Then we have Dr. Chief Ishaku Tutu Maba, the Borisa number 2, Gonja chief for Ejumako traditional area. A round of applause for him. We also have here our hard-working parliamentary candidates. A round of applause for our PCs. But let me specially acknowledge one of our PCs. He is the reason why every part of Winneba is painted with NDC colors. He is our PC for this constituency and inshallah the incoming member of parliament for Winneba. Dr. James Kofi Annan is here. A round of applause for him. Thank you for your good work. Ladies and gentlemen, turn to your neighbor and ask him or her whether he has a number. Do you have a number? Do you have a number? Eyezu. The man I'm about to introduce has a number. He is a number 3 in Ghana. A seasoned politician who has served this nation dutifully in many roles. He is a vanguard of our democracy and the public interest. But for him, I'm not sure that what we even have left as Ghana would have been in place. Ladies and gentlemen, a rousing round of applause for the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Alban Sumana Bagbin. Chobai. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have here, even though I'll be introducing her later when she's about to speak, but it is important that I do so now before the main introduction. Ezu, our mother is in the house, the vice presidential candidate of the NDC and the incoming first female vice president of Ghana is here, Professor Nana Jane Obokwajeman is in the house. Make some noise. Mamio Ding Ding. Thank you. And then we have another mother. Your mother, my mother, our mother, the quintessential woman who has been taking care of our father, the woman who has transformed lives through her foundation. She's been First Lady, and by the grace of God, she is the incoming First Lady of Ghana, the beautiful wife of our father, Her Excellency Lordina Mahama is in the house. Make some noise and show her some love. Choboy, Choboy. Now we've listened to our General Secretary set the record straight on the state of the country. We bequeathed the MPP on the 7th of January 2017. It is important for us to know where Ghana stands today. But who better to do that than a man who is a seasoned politician, has crisscrossed the nation many times, understands the state of affairs, understands the plight of the Ghanaian. We used to affectionately call him General, but these days I call him the Chairman General. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing round of applause, welcome to the microphone, the National Chairman of the great NDC. The National Chairman of the great NDC. The National Chairman of the great NDC. Honorable Johnson Esiedun Ketia.
Your Excellency, the incoming President, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Your Excellency, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. You know something? I'm cutting the protocols here because I charged my General Secretary to establish a very elaborate protocol list so that if he makes a mistake, I will not be blamed. So I would like at this stage to write on the protocols established ably by the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress. But before I proceed, we had a shocking news yesterday, and that was the demise of one of our comrades. Comrade Eric Datsun served the party dutifully, beginning from a branch youth organizer, 2 terms constituency youth organizer, a deputy regional youth organizer, a regional youth organizer, and deputy national youth organizer aspirant, and a long-term central regional communications member. Ordinarily, we could have maybe postponed this event, but we've been taught that when comrades are in battle, some comrades will fall, but we fight forward, win the victory before we come back to count the fallen comrades. So on this note, we are encouraged to proceed without him. But I'll crave the indulgence of everybody here for us to remember him with just 1 minute silence before we proceed with the rest of the proceedings. Shall we stand up and observe a minute silence for Comrade Eric Datsun? May his soul and the soul of the earlier departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Revolution has a long way to go, but has come to stay. Revolution has a long way to go, but has come to stay. Has come to stay. Revolution has a long way to go, but has come to stay. Hey! 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 Comrades, since 2017, Ghana has seen the most ignoble degeneration in all areas of our national life. Our economy has collapsed to the extent that we now have introduced new fanciful terms such as haircuts and domestic debt exchange into our economic management lexicon. For the first time in our history, pensioners who toil to serve our country and are entitled to a quiet retirement have had to picket at the Ministry of Finance to demand their hard-earned savings which they had invested in government bonds. The sight of these senior citizens on television painted a rather bizarre image of our beloved country to the international community. Our present government has introduced a plethora of taxes that have visited excruciating hardship and a debilitating impact on our living conditions. Our infrastructure has broken down and many of our roads have been left in a bad state. Our hospitals have been neglected and many projects meant to enhance the quality of our health services have been completely ignored. Our educational system has been destroyed almost completely due to the reckless and the incompetent approach to the implementation of the free senior high school education program after the smooth introduction of the progressive free senior high school education program by the Mahama administration. Many parents have become exasperated as they demand the ever-elusive quality education for their wards. In the energy sector, ladies and gentlemen, the mismanagement has been phenomenal, and Dumso, that was effectively ended by the Mahama administration in 2016, has again reared its devastating head in Ghana. Underpinning all these setbacks has been the massive corruption, nepotism, favoritism, and impunity that has weakened independent state institutions and furthered the culture of state capture. We have witnessed the most devastating destruction of our environment through improperly regulated mining activities led or aided by government officials. In this manifesto, the National Democratic Congress has provided Ghanaians with clear, actionable, and concise solutions born out of our social democratic ideals to address the many problems this country faces today. Our policy of the 24-hour economy has been clearly stated in simple terms to enable everybody to understand and associate with, except those who intentionally refuse to understand. So are other policies that we are convinced will help create the egalitarian society that we all seek for our country, Ghana. We assure Ghanaians that this manifesto, which represents the People's Manifesto, provides a solid framework for building the Ghana we want together. We urge you to identify with our manifesto policy proposals and dedicate yourselves to voting for the NDC on December 7, 2024, to reset and build Ghana, to bring it back from the abyss into which the country has sunk. Let us join hands to reset and rebuild the Ghana we want together. Long live Ghana. Long live the National Democratic Congress. I thank you very much, and may God bless our homeland.
And that still is the NDC Manifesto launch. We just heard from the national chairman. We are setting the stage now for the main event, which is the launching of the manifesto itself and what we can expect to be in there. But whilst we build into that, what we know already is that the party has put forward at least 88 proposals in terms of policy interventions that they will pursue in 2025 and beyond if they win. And that is a significant number. And not only counting from the Youth Manifesto, but the John Mahama himself over the period, he's been campaigning. And each time he's been on the campaign trail, he introduces his policy proposals. And from there, you can also sort of surmise that there will be a fair bit more promises beyond 88. But we are at 88 with the manifesto, with the Youth Manifesto that they launched a couple of weeks back. We'll see how they build on that going into this one. Why is the number important? The number is important because it helps you appreciate what is realistic and what isn't. Now, talking about Raymond is joining us. We're all looking to see if we'll get a bit more detail about this no-level 100 academic fee policy. Do you expect to see more, hear more from the NDC on this today?
There's been some explanation for him because this is one of the main policies that the party is pushing. At least I'm expecting not just a single line, about 4 lines, putting to rest the issues that have been raised about its feasibility, about whether or not in any 21st century engagement in a country like Ghana, we should be contemplating it, and whether or not this is also not contradictory to your earlier position about means testing, about targeting, about being conscious, about not just throwing around what they call the promises. A few lines that addresses those issues, or somebody mountain, and if he can do so, because the problem with having a major policy which goes unexplained, at least right from the beginning, you give room for misinterpretation and possible doubt about it, which will affect the validity and the reputation of the policy and the party proposing it.
We'll take you back to the venue live now, because as you see there's a bit of dancing and, there. People are excited. You can see waving of handkerchiefs and flags, etc. While they are entertained, let's help you appreciate what you're about to hear. And that's exactly what we're doing with this analysis of some of the key campaign promises that they put out already. Now, we've all put this in context. Why is this important? Because as we explained the last time, if you look at the data that we have this huge discrepancy between the number of people admitted and number of people who honor the admissions, which tells you that some significant number of people are falling off, although they have a clear path to the universities, public university. 118,000 to the last count in 2021, only 74,000 picked up those admissions. Now, you go to the data that is available from the Africa Education Award, for example. It tells a story about cost. Cost is one of the key areas.
Before we even move to
that has led to that. So you're looking at here.
That level of disaggregation is important, so that on the face of it, for example, some students, mindful of their interest, will actually buy, I don't know if they still sell the forms, buy 3 forms to different schools. If I do not take up admission for BSc administration, okay, let me use biological science. If I do not get to go to KNUST and start medical school right away, I could choose to do BSc biological science those days at University of Ghana. It means I forfeited in one school and actually took up another. I'm not sure whether that will not constitute double counting or that can be made up for.
No, so this is all public universities.
No, I get it. I'm saying that in this case, if I, who bought 3 forms, which will mean that the schools, all 3 admitted me. But instead of Legon giving me biological science.
No, but I get what you're saying. But this number, it includes, so you bought 3.
Yes.
You got admission to 3.
Yes.
You didn't take up any.
No, but okay, this is not taking up any.
Yeah, not take up any.
If I take up one and reject another.
So all public. So this is all public institutions, all public universities.
Introducing something, and I get where he's coming from. So this is GTech saying this is the number of admissions. And this is the number that went into schools.
Yeah.
So he is introducing another aspect of it, which probably...
Which aspect is that?
The aspect is that maybe I, Winston Amwa, applied to go to the University of Ghana, got admission to the University of Ghana, was given a program that I didn't like. So I say, how about I go to the University of Cape Coast?
No, but that is the point. It's not what is being measured here.
What has been measured here?
What has been measured here is
the number of
public universities.
Yes.
All of them gave 118,000 admissions.
Yes.
74,000 of them did not pick any of them admissions.
It does not erase double, triple, quadruple admissions. It doesn't take that away. So what I see here, it doesn't take that away. I mean, we can have, so we're going to take this.
Disintegration of the data may help.
For purposes of analysis, we will take this and move. But he's introducing something. We have not disaggregated the data.
No, but that's my point to you. That this data is a disaggregated data. That says...
It's just...
but the GTech data...
They didn't do that one.
No, but that's the GTech data. And further actually goes to break down the difference, but also the reasons.
Yes.
Why the people didn't take up that admission.
Yeah, but I'm also...
So for example, if the person didn't go to University of Ghana and went to the University of Cape Coast, the person is counted as part of the 74,000 people who picked up the admission.
You see, I'm also suggesting to you that at the end of the day, they look at the number of admissions institutions gave. The number of students that...
Who picked up.
That picked up
those admissions,
And I'm saying that, as all of us know, I don't know whether you applied to just GIJ when you were going to school, but in those days, you applied to 3, 4.
Yeah.
Based on whichever one came first. There are people who got admission first and were in a hurry and went to pay.
No, I get your point. But that's the thing about...
But let's use this for purposes of analysis.
Yes.
We can use it for purposes of analysis. So we're saying that for purposes of analysis, 44,000 people, 46,000...
It's 44.
44,000.
44,000 people,
did not go to the university in the 2020-2021 academic year. Some of the reasons, a huge portion reason, financial. For me, that's where you start from.
Which is really why we are having this conversation, which is what need is there for this policy proposal. And we're saying that if you look at the numbers, you need to find a solution to getting that 44,000 people an opportunity to also pick up. If indeed the first most important reason why they are not picking up is financial, then the proposal that the NDC is putting forward, and we are expecting to hear more on this from here, is that you take away the financial barrier for those 44,000 to now get in. That is what they are trying to do with this proposal. Basically that. That's why this analysis, I guess, is important. So the question is, yes, it's addressing a need, right?
Okay.
But then the next... Yeah, Raymond.
So we say all the 44,000 did not take it up because...
No, not at all.
That's an important...
In a list of reasons.
I get you.
In a list of reasons,
it's all the
one
most
of them
important ones. I get your point.
Yeah.
So it should be very easy for us, right, to be able to say, everybody who cannot pay, make it the exception. Those paying go through the process. You can pay for your admission, academic facility, residential facility. Those who cannot pay, for example, you go through a process with the school. The school now says, I have admitted that Evans cannot pay. I will give him admission. I will now go to resistance loan transfer or so to get my money from them. Let's not get it wrong. Whether you like it or not, subvention, the chunk of it is coming from government. They delayed. In fact, the reason why we even had to bring back the entire academic facility user fee is because government was not being forthright in payments. So solving that problem may eliminate the chunk of the problem here. Do you get my point? Yeah. Because on the other side, a school might decide, Legon says, you are students who is actually paying full fees. And people do that. People with higher grades and those from other countries, they pay full fees. What happens is that, Evans, one full fee paying student will take off the 3 of us our school fees. So the school can still survive on that. Yes, we can do the middle line and get that to the point. Making a policy, blanket one, that everybody who qualifies to go into any public tertiary institution in the Republic of Ghana should be able to go in unhindered because some people have a problem, to me fundamentally sounds like you have not thought deeply about it, or you are putting the politics before the prudence. frankly.
The politic before the policy.
Yes. So see, let's get it. We say this because resources to a state are not finite. Are finite. So we don't have unlimited resources. Even established nations, they know what to choose and what to give out there. It is quite difficult. And people say cost per student, maybe averagely, I've seen you say 2,000. It may differ. But why are we bent on not solving the main problems by identifying, attracting, and getting to the people who need it?
Okay, and
This
that,
is the
you're asking that question because of, again, how much it's going to cost you to implement. Because when you means test and you target, and Raymond and Winston and we're talking about that, you can save a bit more and spend it in areas where people still need more.
Or give it to 2 more people who need dialysis next month.
That is the opportunity cost question.
Yeah.
Because as it stands now, they themselves have told us it's going to cost 250 million.
Yeah.
If you means test and you target, you will not spend 250 million.
Certainly.
Because you spend far less. And John Dramani Mahama is now about to address the gathering there. And I'm going to take you back there live. We'll come back. We expected to hear a bit more on that. This has become... So now we now have 2 flagship promises, 2 flagship proposals. One is the 24-hour economy, and one is this free tertiary for first-year students. This is John Dramani Mahama about to walk us through the 2024 manifesto of the NDC.
Dramani Mahama.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the nation builder.
John Mahama, waya, 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 waya.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Eyezu, Eyeza, Eyezu, Eza, Shoboi, Shoboi, hey, hey, hey. Thank you very much. Thank you. My dear comrades, members, supporters, sympathizers, and followers of the National Democratic Congress, the good people of Ghana watching and listening from across the country and the world, and those who have joined us here in Winneba, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, my running mate for the 2024 election, the Right Honorable Speaker Alban Bagbin, a bona fide member of our party, my beloved wife Lordina, my dear children who are here with me, Sharaf, Shahid, Farida, thank you, I acknowledge you. Our National Chairman, Johnson Asiedun Ketia, our General Secretary, Fifi Tiavikwete, our traditional rulers who have been so kind to join us here today, our members of the Council of Elders who, despite age, have managed with their walking sticks to join us this morning, party supporters, ladies and gentlemen. Today we gather with hope as one people, united in victory, and as one nation, Ghana, with a common interwoven invisible destiny. Today we also gather to reignite and reaffirm the dreams of our forebears, led by Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the founder of our great nation, a nation with one destiny, a destiny that cannot afford to endure one additional day beyond January 7, 2025, of the maladministration, the mismanagement, and state capture this nation has been subjected to over the last almost 8 years. For the sake of God's children and in the name of God, the people of Ghana will wake up from this nightmare and envision a bright new dawn of opportunities for all its people and not just a few. My brothers and sisters, our dear nation Ghana is bleeding. Ghana's soul is calling for change. Mother Ghana is crying for its true and genuine patriotic citizens to rise up to reset our beloved nation. Ghanaians can take no more of the hardship, the impunity, the state capture, the hypocrisy, the lies and bad governance that has been inflicted on them over the 2 terms of this outgoing administration. We cannot fail Mother Ghana, and therefore I urge you all to vote for change on December 7th, 2024. We, the members of the National Democratic Congress, have gathered here to express our utmost belief in democratic governance and to proclaim right here in Winneba, also called SIMPA, that the time is up for this administration. The time is up for them to go. They have decimated our democracy beyond recognition. They've destroyed livelihoods and families and pushed millions of our people below the poverty line. Your vote on December 7th will end the tyranny. It will end the cronyism. It will end the corruption. It will end the hardship. It will also pave the way for the vision, experience, and trustworthiness. And I, John Dramani Mahama, is going to restore that to the Flagstaff House. As I've said before, this government must begin writing their handing over notes if they have not started doing so already. This MPP administration has been the biggest political scam that has been pulled on Ghanaians since our independence in 1957. And I'll explain why. They were repackaged with ribbons and sweetly scented with enticing promises. Most Ghanaians will agree that Nana Akufo-Addo is indeed the president Ghana never got. And indeed, I dare say, his much-touted economic whiz-kid, Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is also the economic messiah Ghana never got. The NPP government took over from our administration on 7 January 2017. They inherited an energy sector we had stabilized with the fastest mobilization of emergency power of almost 800 megawatts in the history of Ghana. Along with this came a new Energy Sector Levy Act, which we call ESLA, with potential revenues of 3 billion Ghana cedis every year to pay off legacy energy sector debts. They inherited an ongoing Millennium Challenge Compact of $547 million aimed at making Ghana's energy sector the most efficient in Africa. This family, ruling family, quarreled over the shares in the PDS company and led to the US pulling back $190 million, which was meant for the most critical component of the compact, and that is private sector participation and improvement in collections at the distribution end of the electricity value chain. They inherited more than $450 million of the IMF extended credit facility initiated by my administration. Most of our state-owned enterprises were breaking even or making a profit. We handed that to them. They inherited a cocoa production of more than 960,000 metric tons of cocoa, with a cocoa board that was making profit and owed only 1.5 billion cedis to the central bank in cocoa bills. We handed over to them 2 new oil-producing wells, the 10 Field and the ENI Sankofa, which increased Ghana's oil production by more than 100,000 barrels per day, with additional gas of more than 200 million standard cubic feet per day. And this increased Ghana's oil revenues from petroleum by more than $500 million every year. They took over from our administration a stabilization fund in which we had accrued $277 million. A Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund with seed money of $270 million. A sinking fund account at the Bank of Ghana with a balance of over $200 million. They inherited a budget that ran a deficit of 6.1% with zero borrowing from the central bank, the Bank of Ghana, zero borrowing. They inherited a stable currency that traded at about 4 cedis to $1. Inflation was at 15.4%. Unemployment was at 8.4%. And when we handed over the administration of this country to the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia government, Ghana's debt as a percentage of our GDP was 56%. As a result of fiscal consolidation, we handed over an economy that was set to grow above 8%, as predicted by the World Bank and IMF and all the credit rating agencies. Private businesses enjoyed an enabling environment to thrive, and foreign investors were queuing to make investments in our economy. The NPP government also took off with a stabilized economy and significant buffers with enormous domestic and internal goodwill. Indeed, this has been the most favored government in our history. But alas, the Ghanaian people's favor, their goodwill, has been repaid with only pain and anguish. This government has received more revenue than all governments combined in the history of Ghana. And as the saying goes, to whom much is given, much is expected. Unfortunately, the people of Ghana have been severely shortchanged by this administration. The scorecard of this administration has been abysmal. An inflation rate that went as high as 54% and is currently still hovering above 20%. Ghana today has one of the highest food inflation rates in the whole of Africa. We have a currency that has depreciated to almost 16 cedis to $1, and we borrowed more than 70 billion from the central bank, the Bank of Ghana, causing a serious upsurge in inflation and causing the Bank of Ghana to go broke. We have a debt to GDP that went as high as 104%, and today the unemployment rate is almost 15%, from just above 8% in 2016. Worst of all, Ghana has defaulted on her debt payments and has therefore engaged in a debt exchange that has resulted in painful haircuts, and they have deferred the tenure of bonds at lower interest rates. This has caused a lot of trouble for investors, including pensioners. Cocoa production, which has been one of the mainstay of our economy, has plummeted, and for the first time in the history of our country, the Cocoa Board annual syndication, which was sought after by all international banks, today it has no takers. Nobody is willing to lend Cocoa Board any money. Production volumes are down, and Cocoa Board is seeking to delay delivery of almost 350,000 tons of cocoa to next year. It means that your government, NDC, is the one going to have to find the 350,000 to fill that hole, to pay the debt. Cocoa Board has also defaulted on almost 13 billion Ghana cedis in cocoa bonds. Oil and gas production has declined by 32%, and debt to independent power producers has increased astronomically. Today, the majority of state-owned enterprises are posting massive losses. The COVID pandemic, rather than being an adversity, turned out to be a blessing, with a windfall for this government of almost 25 billion Ghana cedis of inflows, most of which were doled out to companies owned by family and friends. The majority of our citizens are convinced that our country, Ghana, is going in the wrong direction. Faith in our democracy is at its lowest, and many of our youth do not believe that constitutional governance is working for them. Faith in our democratic institutions and the political leadership is at its lowest ebb, and corruption is at its highest, and Ghanaians have become numb to the scandals that are exposed almost every week. And when you have a president who says he does not understand the hullabaloo that is being made about the sale of snitch hotels to a minister in his own government, then clearly he is on a completely different wavelength from the rest of us in this country. My brothers and sisters, this is a president who just doesn't get it. Many domestic and foreign investors have adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Many of them I have met have told me that they are waiting for a signal from the Ghanaian people, that the political and business environment is going to change for the better, that we are going to effect a change of course so that we can provide a reasonable environment for them to put in their investments. Ladies and gentlemen, the Holy Book in Matthew 25, 14, 30 tells one of the parables of Jesus Christ. And this is the parable of the talents. This parable teaches us to invest whatever is put in our care wisely for the benefit of our master. The master in this case is the people of Ghana. This administration is just like the last of the servants who buried his talents that was given to him by his master, and when his master came, he returned the 1 talent to him. But in this case of Akufo-Addo and Bawumia and their cabal, they did not bury the 1 talent and give us back our 1 talent when we returned. They gambled with the talents that we gave them, and they landed the people of Ghana in a huge debt. We cannot continue on this path. Lessons must be learned from the experience of these last almost 8 years. A vote for the MPP will be an expression of satisfaction with the impunity of the last 8 years. A vote for the MPP is a vote for a 3rd term for Nana Akufo-Addo. A vote for the MPP in this election is a vote to escape accountability. It is a vote to allow officials who have stolen and raped this country's resources to escape accountability and go laughing all the way to their bank accounts. Ladies and gentlemen, their flag bearer and his running mate, who have been prominent actors in this horror movie Ghanaians have watched these last almost 8 years, you know horror movies, don't you? Their flag bearer and his running mate, who have been prominent actors in the horror movies Ghanaians have watched these almost last 8 years. These people cannot be the ones to exact accountability from the government of which they have been an integral part. We are at a critical juncture in our democratic history. Choices we make in elections come with consequences. We cannot afford to fail this time. A restive youthful population does not have the luxury of trial and error. They do not have the luxury of trying a driver's mate who has learnt his driving skills from the same driver who crashed the Ghanaian vehicle of state. Our nation needs a reset. Our democracy needs a reset. Our economy needs a reset. Our governance needs a reset. And our attitudes need a reset. We need a government that will galvanize the efforts of all Ghanaians, irrespective of ethnicity, religion, or party affiliation. We need a government that will allow all businesses to thrive, whether owned by domestic investors or foreign investors, no matter their ethnic, religious, or partisan colors of its owner. We need to make a change that will usher in a government that is responsible and accountable. We need to open up this country for business again. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to present to you our manifesto. We need a leadership that will crack the ship when its own appointees go down the wrong track. We need a responsive government that will respect the rights and freedoms of our citizens, including journalists, and address the ongoing decay of state institutions and fight corruption by deploying the Operation Recover All the Loot principle. Operation Recover All the Loot strategy, and that is ORAL. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are presenting to you a manifesto that will help take back your future, take the future of Ghana back into the hands of the Ghanaian people. Ladies and gentlemen, I will at this point give you some highlights of our manifesto, after which my running mate, and by God's grace, the next Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, a prominent daughter of the Central Region, and other presenters will delve into other areas of the manifesto. Ladies and gentlemen, first is resetting the economy for prosperity. In the first 120 days in office, we will hold a national economic dialogue to draw up a 4-year fiscal consolidation plan. We would rationalize taxes, abolishing, among others, the obnoxious e-levy, the COVID levy, and the 10% levy on bet winnings. We will review import duties and levies on vehicles and equipment meant for industrial and agricultural purposes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will rationalize port fees and charges and implement emergency measures to stabilize the cedi and the macroeconomic environment. Ladies and gentlemen, we will use the price stabilization and recovery levy to cushion consumers of petroleum products. We will investigate the MPP's opaque gold for oil deal. We will review the gold purchase program of the Bank of Ghana and will restore the licenses of wrongfully collapsed banks and financial institutions. We will increase indigenous participation in the banking and financial sector. And we will free the statutory funds, the GET Fund, NHIL, Road Fund, to be able to achieve their mandated objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, alleviating the current economic hardships. And one of our first programs is the no fee stress policy. There are many students who are unable to take up their places in tertiary educational institutions because they cannot afford to pay the academic user fees, the academic fees. And so we'll take that stress off them. For the first year, they will not be required to pay fees. And I assure the universities it will not affect their internal generated funds. We're going to give the money to the student's loan. The student loan will pay it to the universities as a grant. It will be paid as a grant, not as a loan. And aside from that, we're going to increase the subvention that goes to our public universities so that we can improve quality and learning in those universities. We will provide free tertiary education for all persons with disability. And we will provide free sanitary pads for girls in school. If you remember, Nana Jane started that policy with a World Bank facility, and they called that loan the PAD loan. Yes, we are proud of the PAD loan. It will allow our young girls who are going through their periods to be neat and hygienic and not to miss school, be able to go to school all year round. We will uncap the National Health Insurance Levy. Currently, there's a cap on the levy, and so a certain portion of the levy goes into the consolidated fund. And so the Health Insurance Authority is not able to pay the health facilities, reimburse them for the services that they provide. We will uncap the health insurance so that all the National Health Insurance levy will go into the National Health Insurance Fund so that they can pay the hospitals for looking after our people. And of course, this is associated with it. We'll reprioritize the health sector by ensuring timely releases of payment to service providers. We established the Ghana Medical Care Trust, into brackets, somebody calls it Mahama Cares, to support persons with chronic diseases such as kidney failure, cancer, sickle cell, diabetes, hypertension, and other health-related diseases. We'll also introduce the community pharmacy concept, and that will encourage people to go to your local pharmacy and go have your blood pressure taken and your sugar checked, so that if you have diabetes or high blood pressure, we're able to know early so that you can get treatment and be able to survive. We'll implement free primary health care services. So if you go to a CHIPS compound or a health center, whether you have a national health insurance card or not, you will be treated for free. And so from the health center level down, polyclinic, health center, CHIPS compound, if you go, you will be treated for free. From the district referral hospital upwards, you use your your national health insurance card and you receive treatment. We will expand health infrastructure to restore the automatic employment and timely deployment of health workers. And so we're not going to wait till elections are coming and announce that we've opened the recruitment portal. The recruitment portal will be open and will do continuous employment of health workers, doctors, and nurses. We need a first-class children's hospital in Ghana. The existing children's hospital has outlived its usefulness. And so we're going to construct a state-of-the-art 500-bed specialist children's hospital in Accra. And so children who have sicknesses that cannot be handled in other parts of the country will come to Accra. There will be specialist pediatricians there to give them the care they deserve. Of course, we will expand, we'll construct a state-of-the-art, I've said that one. We'll also construct a fertility center. There are a lot of mothers who cannot have children just because there's something wrong with the reproductive system. It can be corrected, and they can have babies and enjoy the joy of motherhood. But currently, the prices that the private fertility hospitals charge are out of the range of most mothers. And so government will step in. We'll build a fertility center where mothers who want children can come for consultation, and they will be given the treatment so that they also can enjoy the joy of motherhood. I'll go quickly. We'll expand the facilities at the whole teaching hospital in order that it can provide specialist services and also be a quaternary hospital to serve the University of Health and Allied Sciences. In the whole of the OT corridor up to the northeastern part of the country, there's no trauma hospital. And so we'll build a trauma hospital there so that persons who are involved in accidents on the Eastern Corridor Road will have a place where they can be treated properly before they are transferred. We will establish modern dialysis centers in hospitals in regions that don't have them. Currently, most of Upper West, my own hometown, Bole, and other places, if you have a kidney ailment, the only place you can go for treatment is in Kumasi. And you have to go with your wife, your family, you have to find a place to stay. It is a burden. And so we want to make sure that every region has a modern dialysis center so that we can ease the burden on persons with kidney ailments. We will build modern hospitals in Boko, Yendi, and other underserved areas. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 24-hour. This is the 24-hour economic clock. One job, 3 shifts, 3 people. 1, 3, 3. One job, 3 shifts, 3 people. Obiabe Didi. Ezu. Extraordinary problems require extraordinary solutions for extraordinary results. And so businesses and public organizations will be encouraged to operate 24/7 in 3 shifts of 8 hours each. This will boost production, it will increase employment and provide well-paying jobs. It will transform Ghana into an import substitution and export-led country. It will increase employment opportunities and revenue, and it will enhance access to public services. We will focus on some selected public institutions that have huge customer traffic. For instance, the ports and harbors should be open 24/7. That means we have to employ more workers at the port, we have to employ more customs officers, more Gapoha workers, more forklift operators and all that. We need
Customs should work 24/7, 3 shifts, so that at any time your items come, customs at any time of the day is open for business. You can go and process your import things, papers, and take your things out of the port. We must have a passport office that is operating longer than 8 hours, so that people who need passports and other such documentation can have access to it. We must have a DVLA that is working more shifts than 1 shift, so that more people can get their licenses processed in a shorter time than the current waiting time. In the private sector, the sectors that we are looking to promote and encourage to run 24/7 and 3 shifts are first the agro-processing sector. That is those who will process our cassava into cassava starch, cassava flour, gari, and all that. There's a huge market in Africa for all these products and in other parts of the world. Manufacturing, that is industry. Manufacturing, that is industry. And so the textiles industry, the fruit juice making industry, all the industries, the iron and steel industry will be encouraged to run 24/7. The pharmaceutical sector, we want Ghana to be the pharmaceutical hub of the whole of Africa, so that we'll produce medicines here and export them to all other African countries. Construction sites, we want our construction companies to work 24/7 all year, all hours round, so that they can deliver our infrastructure faster than they currently do. Financial services, the same. Sanitation and garbage collection. It is better to collect garbage, bola, in the night, rather than collect the bola and be competing with cars in the daytime when we have rush hour traffic. Extractive industries, the mines, mining bauxite, mining gold, mining manganese, lithium, they must work 24/7, 3 shifts every day. Hospitality industry, our restaurants, our discotheques, our nightclubs, our hotels, 24/7, 24 hours a day. Retail centers, all the malls, there's no reason why you should start. People can come in the night time and buy items, so they should work longer than 8 hours. Transportation services, there should be buses running 24 hours, so that people who have to go to their jobs can be able to get a bus to go to their jobs. Security services, we need safety and security to be able to implement the 24-hour economy. And so we need more police officers, we need more soldiers, we need more prisons officers, more fire service officers, more customs, more immigration. Now the support package for 24-hour businesses is to stimulate demand for 24-hour economic goods and services. And this will be supported by strategic investments in infrastructure, in security, in energy. We'll have public and private security architecture, cheaper and reliable electricity, that is the time of use tariff. So in the night when we're not using much of the power and it's going to waste, we can supply it to the 24-hour economy enclave at cheaper rates than we currently charge. Tax incentives to companies that will sign up for the 24-hour economy, they'll be given tax incentives so they pay lower taxes, so they can reinvest what they have saved back into increasing their production. We'll give them support from the Ghana Exim Bank, especially for the agro-processing and manufacturing sectors that are going to be exporting. We'll support SMEs operating capacity with catalytic investments to upgrade and generate jobs. The Accelerated Export Development Council, I'm going to chair that personally. We want to accelerate our exports. We're going to register more Ghanaian goods on the African Continental Free Trade Area so that we can export to other countries. And I'm going to chair that personally. And we'll meet every month and appraise where we are at in terms of encouraging Ghanaian businesses to export. This Accelerated Export Development Council will promote exports under the 24-hour economy. My running mate will talk more about this, so I will jump it. Women's Development Bank. It will give low interest loans, particularly to women's businesses. She'll talk more about it, so let's jump it. The National Apprenticeship Program will be for self-employment, and it will also help people who have come out of school at different levels, who want to go and learn a skill, but their parents are unable to pay the masters for them to go and learn. The government, through the district assemblies, is going to register all master craftsmen. We're going to pay them and assign these young people to them so that they can learn a skill to go into the world of work. Next slide. Free technical and vocational training for young people. The time for grammar school education has passed. The time where you were judged by the long grammar you could speak has passed. We now need more technicians, more mechanics, more plumbers, more artisans. And so we're going to shift our focus from grammar school and build more technical and vocational educational schools so that our children who leave free SHS, who leave JHS and are able to continue, can go and train as apprentices and be graduated with certificates. We'll provide them with startup capital to be able to start their own small businesses. We'll also use NVTI to train and test them so that they can get their certificates to enter the world of work. We have what we call the Jumara program. And this is the entrepreneurial program. Nobody says you must finish school and become an employee. You can finish school and become an employer and employ employees. And so every year we want to target 10,000 youth entrepreneurs to set up their own businesses. We'll mentor them, we'll monitor them, we'll supervise them until they're able to stand on their own feet. And they will employ their colleagues instead of becoming employees. Business development. We exempt new and small businesses, that is small and medium enterprises, new and small businesses that are registered, and personal income tax of those businesses from the first 2 years after they are incorporated. So if you are a young person under this program and you set up your business, for 2 years you won't pay any corporate income tax. You start paying after 2 years. Because we want the business to be able to get a grounding and be able to stand on its feet before they start paying taxes. We review the Customs Amendment Act to scrap the ban on salvage vehicles. Not everybody can afford a new vehicle. And so their vehicles in good shape, they must have had a small accident. We have young people in the magazine who are repairing these vehicles. If we say we're banning these vehicles, we're throwing those young people out of work. And so we allow salvage vehicles to come in so that other people can buy vehicles at affordable rates. And if we do this, it will save the local automotive industry. And so the Swami magazine, the Kokompes, the Aboso Kines will continue to do their business even as we set up an automobile industry. We'll support the redevelopment of Kokompe, Aboso Kai, and all those magazines so that it creates a more congenial environment for people to come and do business. We'll implement a Made in Ghana agenda for the production and consumption of Made in Ghana goods. Government is going to use its budget to buy Made in Ghana goods first. It's only when you can't get that good that you'll be allowed to buy a foreign product. If the good is produced in Ghana, you must buy it first. And so we're going to use government's financial muscle to encourage local production of goods and services. If you are a foreign industry and you want us to buy your goods, come and establish the factory here and produce what you want us to buy here. We will launch an Export Ghana policy, and it is the Accelerated Economic Development Council that is going to oversee this Export Ghana policy. And we're going to use that policy to facilitate exports under African Continental Free Trade Area and also the ECOWAS trade liberalization. We will enhance the role of the Ghana Exim Bank in financing non-traditional exports. We will readjust their focus so that they are putting money into industries that are exporting products so that we can give them capital at a cheaper rate. Money yo, am I right? A money yo pension scheme. We'll introduce an money yo pension scheme so that persons in the informal sector who want to put something aside for their pension and their retirement can put 10 Ghana cedis a day, 5 Ghana cedis a week, 50 Ghana cedis a week. They will keep paying it so that when it gets to their turn for retirement, they have some money that they can rely on. We'll also, this pension scheme will cover commercial drivers and my dear Okada riders. They will also be part of the pension scheme. It will also be extended to small-scale miners, farmers, fishermen, traders, and market women. People who receive cash on daily basis. You put a little aside. If it's every week, you go and pay it into the money. Or you can use your mobile phone and pay, and your account will keep being updated. So after 15 years, that money has been invested. When you are retiring, you have your pot of money so that you can be getting a pension every month in your old age. Digital jobs initiatives. We'll partner the private sector to invest $3 billion to leverage ICT for jobs. And this will be through the 1 million coders program. We announced this in 2020, and we didn't win power, so we couldn't implement it. Somebody lifted it from our 2020 manifesto and quickly put it out as if it was theirs. I said, go and look in 2020, you see that we had already put it there. But we will continue with our 1 million coders program to train 1 million people in coding and web development, software engineering, and others. We will stimulate demand for made in Ghana software. We are exporting a lot of hard currency. When we import goods, we know that we are sending foreign currency out to buy those goods. When we import food, we are sending money out to buy that food. But when we send money out to pay copyright to Microsoft, to Oracle, to all the people whose software we are running on our banks and all our online portals and all that, nobody sees it. And so if we are going to train 1 million coders to do software, web hosting and all that, we must create a demand for it locally. And so government will first see if we have the available software in-house before we allow anybody to buy software from outside. And so we exchange payments for subscriptions to overseas vendors. We establish regional digital centers for business process outsourcing. Business process outsourcing is when you sit in Ghana and you get a contract from abroad to do a certain job. You're able to do it from here without being physically there. And so you can process parking tickets in New York. You can process various items that they want. At times when they have gone to bed, they need somebody to be taking calls and responding to clients. They sometimes outsource it to other countries. Ghana is a good center to take advantage of this because our English is even clearer than many of the other countries that are doing the business process outsourcing. So people want Ghana to expand. Invest 50 million in a fintech growth fund to promote digital entrepreneurs. I announced this long ago when I met the fintech entrepreneurs. Set up zonal ICT parks to make Ghana the innovation, artificial intelligence, and cyber security center of Africa. Redevelop the Dawa ICT Park into a world center of excellence. Ghana's first flagship program for jobs. We'll work with the private sector to make Ghana the hub for pharmaceutical production. I've announced this already. We want our pharmaceutical industry to export drugs to all other African countries and other places. We'll develop an integrated aluminum industry for industrialization. We'll invest in the production of plastics, fertilizers, and other synthetic materials here. expansion of the automotive and vehicle assembly sector. With this one, government is going, if we budget to buy vehicles, we're going to buy vehicles that have been assembled in Ghana. We will not buy vehicles from outside and bring them in. So all those who have set up automotive assembly plants here, if government needs vehicles every year, we're going to buy those vehicles from them, not from outside. We will promote light industrial manufacture, especially in the textiles and electronic products. Today I was speaking with an investor, and he was talking about the textiles industry. And I told him, I said, unfortunately, we're not producing our own cotton. And he said, you don't need to produce your own cotton now. You can import cotton from Burkina Faso. You can import cotton from Benin and start your textile industry. And when you have started it, you can backward integrate it in your own cotton production. Brilliant idea. So I told him, on 8th January, I'll be in the office. Come and see me, and let's start working. And so, we'll revamp the textile and cotton and allied industries. We'll set up agro-industrial zones in all regions. I've said this already. We'll get a site in every region. Government will clear the site. We'll develop the site. We'll bring water, electricity to the site. And any private sector developer who wants to produce to buy agro products and process can come and get a land within the agro processing zone and start his business, so that he doesn't have to go. And quarrel with families. They'll sell him land. Another person will come. No, the land was not for this one. Government will secure the land so that they can easily set up their businesses. Establish mini processing plants for cassava, tomatoes, fruits. Set up cashew processing factories in Bono East and Ahafo, where we have the most cashew. Set up ginger processing plants in OT. We look at the comparative advantage of every region, and we will set up the plants that suit that region. We're not doing one district, one factory. We're looking at every region's comparative advantage, and we'll put in the processing capacity that will make use of their products. Facilitate the construction of 20 medium-scale animal feed processing plants and revamp the collapsing poultry industry. One of the major inputs that goes into poultry and livestock is the feed. It is very expensive because we import a lot of it currently. If we're producing more of it, we can get a lower price for the feed. And so we'll set up 20 feed processing plants so that they can process and produce feed locally. One area is the Bono area. I know the Doma area, there's a lot of poultry. We'll give poultry cages to all the young people who want to do poultry. Exim Bank will give them assistance to produce the chicken. We'll produce cold storage facilities and processing facilities so they can process their chicken and keep it in the cold storage facilities ready for the market. Establish, it's gone. Okay. Agriculture for jobs. We want to make agriculture more attractive through modernization to ensure food security and job creation. We reduce food inflation to lower the high cost of living through our Agriculture for Economic Transformation program. We'll roll out a Feed Ghana program, which is to boost food production, guarantee food security, and supply raw materials to industry. And this is my favorite project, to establish farmers' service centers in all agricultural production areas. And in each farmer service center, there will be tractors, there will be harvesters, there will be plows, there will be harrows, there will be planters, everything you need to do modernized farming. And our farmers are going to be registered within the catchment area of the farmer service center. And at the beginning of the year, you go to your farmer the planting season, you go to your farmer service center, they'll provide you with the services, give you the fertilizer, give you the improved seeds, plow for you, plant for you. And when you harvest and you sell your crops, you come and pay the cost of the inputs that they gave you. We'll create farm banks with agricultural zones to ease access to land and irrigation facilities for agricultural purposes and encourage young people to go into farming. We need to bring more of our land into irrigation, because you know what happened this year. There was a drought in the north and parts of Bono region. For almost 8 weeks, the rain didn't fall, and so people have lost their crops. And so we'll go more for irrigation, even if small scale, boreholes. We have the Volta River. All along the banks of the Volta River, we can develop irrigation facilities. Promoting good governance and combating corruption. Remarkably reduce the size of government to 60 ministers. No more than 60 ministers. And so there will be other things for other people to do. We all can be ministers. I know when I say 60 ministers, I say, you know, I know there are people aiming to become ministers, but we all can be ministers. So we'll choose 60 ministers, but others would have other assignments that they can do. Address the benefit disparities between Article 71 holders. I've said this already. We have 2 public servants, Article 71, and then the others who are under the fair wages. And so we want to bridge the disparity between them so that all of us come under an independent emoluments committee, and our salaries and emoluments are determined from the smallest watchman to the president. We will determine our salaries and wages. A ruthless war against corruption. Operation Recover All the Loot, oral, is to prohibit political appointees and politically exposed persons, not only political appointees and politically exposed persons, and all serving public officials from purchasing state assets. So it's not only me who cannot buy a state asset. My wife Lodina cannot buy a state asset. My son Sharaf or Shahid or Farida cannot buy a state asset because they are politically exposed persons. Reopen investigations into major unresolved cases, including the Ayawasu West Wogombai election violence, the 2020 election killings, the unresolved murder of Ahmed Swale and Silas Wulochami. There are all these cases that occurred under this administration. They refused to investigate them. Even where they've investigated, they've refused to implement the reports. They've not paid any compensation to the persons who are affected. We're going to look at all that and we'll deal with it. Dedicate equitable attention to all levels of education. Improve free SHS. Improve the quality of food for our children. Cancel the double track so that all our children can go to school at the same time. We are going to provide dedicated and sustainable source of funding for free SHS. The problem with the free SHS is it has no dedicated funding. And so it's subject to the hazards of the budget. And often the consolidated fund does not release funds. And so children go hungry because the funds have not arrived. Decentralize the procurement of food for SHSs to boost local economies. The feeding grant will go to the schools, to the headmasters and the beggars. And they will go to the local market and buy the beans, the granules, the rice, the cassava dough, the agbelima, the meat from the local markets, so that the town in which the school is located can also benefit from that. It will also allow the headmasters to provide more nutritious foods than the current system. I said this already, implement a no academic fees policy for level 100 students, no fee stress policy. We'll use 5G and low Earth orbit systems to improve the quality of education across the country by extending course tutorials to students everywhere. We have good masters in different schools. And so perhaps the best mathematics master is in Wesley Girls. The best French teacher is in Ghana Secondary School. The best geography teacher is in GSTS. Ghana Education Service will select these teachers. And they will be filmed teaching the course online. They will teach online. And we'll upload this course content on YouTube. And so you can go on YouTube and download what you want. If it's mathematics, you download it. If it's geography, you download it. But at the same time, it will be available on demand. And because we're going to put Starlink internet satellites on every secondary school, the teachers can use the Starlink to show the children the demonstration by these teachers. And so you can be in Bunkurugu Secondary School. The best maths master in Wesley Girls will be teaching you because you'll be able to download his course material. That's the Basintali boy. We'll provide free tertiary education, I've said that already. We'll provide continuing students with financial assistance. We're going to reintroduce what we had started, which is the Student Loan Fund, Trust Fund Plus. It's a Student Loan Plus. And so it's an enhanced student loan. You get more money from the Student Loan Plus, and you only start paying when you get employment, when you leave school. Implement a bed for all. We have a bed for all program. Our tertiary institutions have huge lands that are not utilized. Normally when we want to build a university, we take a huge piece of land, and after many years, part of the land is still lying fallow, and even people are encroaching on the lands. And so we're going to sit with the universities and carve out a part of their land. And we're going to get the private sector. We'll do a design of hostels. If you're interested in investing your money in the hostel, you will build the hostel, we'll regulate the charges, and you will pay for the cost of it over a period of time, and you can make your profit. So that more of our children can have accommodation on campus. That is the Bed for All program. The hostels will be built by the private sector. They will build it, they will charge the fees, but we will sit with them and regulate the fees so that they are not too exorbitant. What else? Legislation to streamline and regulate the award of government scholarships. Government scholarships have been fraught with a lot of, let me say, kalabule. We want to streamline it, and as I've said, persons with conflict of interest would not be allowed to apply for scholarships. I would not apply for a scholarship for my children. None of my ministers will do it. Any political appointee must not apply for scholarships. You must pay for yourself. Leave the scholarships for the children of the underprivileged. Those who cannot afford it are the ones who must get the scholarships. And we're going to do that. We'll abolish teacher licensure exams. We'll abolish teacher licensure exams and integrate it into the licensing process in their final year exam. We'll institute the Teacher Dabre project. And what this means is that any new school we are building must be accompanied by accommodation for teachers. We're not going to build classroom blocks anymore without teacher accommodation. Every new classroom block, every school must have teacher accommodation. And we'll also accelerate providing accommodation by the existing schools that do not have them. And that will be the Teacher Dabre. It means where teacher will sleep program. In consultation with the stakeholders, we would push ahead with the implementation. This has been on the drawing board for a long time. That is 20% basic salary, special allowance for teachers and health workers who accept postings to rural areas. Most of our teachers and health workers don't want to go to rural areas. Everybody wants to serve in the city. And so we're going to map out what we define as rural areas. If you accept posting to go there, you get 20% of your basic salary as an incentive, as an allowance to teach in the rural area. Expand infrastructure to ensure prompt employment of nurses and teachers. And so that is also part of it. Assist teachers to own their own vehicles of their choice by offering flexible duty payment arrangements and employer guarantees in partnership with teacher unions and the banking sector. We will encourage teachers to take loans to own their own cars, teachers and other public sector workers. And so your bank will pay for the car, we will deduct it from your salary and pay straight to the bank. And what we'll do is, we will not waive the duty on the vehicle. What we'll do is, we'll allow you to pay the duty in small installments until you finish paying the duty, so that the car is yours. You'll be using the car while paying bit by bit by bit. I didn't say 1 cedi, 2 cedis. That will take 1,000 years to pay. But it will be a percentage of your salary that will go towards paying off the cost of the car and the installment payments of the duties. This is going to be the age of the railways. We have paid lip service to building railways for a long time, and this time we want to make a move on it. It's going to be done by build, operate, and transfer. Because we've been shut out of the international credit market, there's no way we can go on the capital market and borrow to build railway lines. We're going to offer an expression of interest, transparent, to companies that are willing to invest in our railways, and they will bring the money, they will build the railway lines, and all the revenue will go towards repaying the railway lines. And so if it takes 25 years to repay, they will control it for 25 years. After 25 years, when they have recouped their money, then we'll sit down with them, and then they will transfer the assets to the government of Ghana. And so the western and eastern lines will be connected to the landlocked countries. And so there will be a line that joins from the western and eastern lines and goes up north to Burkina Faso, so that we can send Burkina Faso containers up to their country, and we can bring down their cotton and their imports down to the ports for exports. Construct urban intracity railways and BATS rapid transit. The time has come for us to take some of our people off the roads. Many countries are moving in that direction. And so there are light railways that supplement the urban transport system. And so we'll do a feasibility study and see how we can get BOTs to start light transit rail. Promoting responsible mining. Ban issuance of new mining leases and activities in forest reserves. We're going to close the forest reserves and get all those Akunta mining and all of them who have desecrated our forest reserves. We're going to march them out of the forest reserves. Some of those trees in the forest reserves are 700, 800,000 years old. And just because you want to take a little gold from there, you go and destroy the whole forest reserve. That is why we're having drought in our country today. That is part of the reason why our cocoa industry is going down. Because we're not getting enough rainfall. Because looking for that small gold they will get, they are destroying all the forest reserves and destroying the climate in our country. So those there, get ready, start packing your things. After 7th January, if you are not out of the forest reserve, we're going to come and march you out of the forest reserve. We'll establish mining cooperatives in all mining districts. We'll set up a gold board that will be responsible for buying gold from the small-scale mining sector. The way we have the cocoa board, buying cocoa from the farmers, we'll have a gold board that will buy all the gold from the small-scale miners. It will send it to our own refinery to be refined, and we'll export refined gold and get all the value addition instead of sending the raw bullion out the way we are currently doing. Decentralized regulatory licensing and processes for artisanal miners. That is, setting up offices of the Minerals Commission in all mining districts. Implement a blue water initiative to heal and harness the environment. We're going to clean the poisoned waters that have been poisoned by mining so that we can discharge those waters back into our rivers. We're also going to hire the young people in tree growing. And so in the areas where mining has finished, we will level the ground, close all the holes, and we'll have young boys from the community. We'll pay them a stipend every month. We'll give them abobo yas. We'll put polytanks in there so that they can plant trees on the mined out land so that we can reclaim the land. Implement a tree for life reforestation policy. This is what I just talked about. And so we're going to plant commercial trees like cocoa, palm, and rubber on the lands that have been reclaimed. Implement a blue water initiative. I just talked about it. So these are just tidbits of what you are going to see in the manifesto. My running mate and Vice President of the Republic of Ghana to be Jenana Opoku-Agyeman and other experts will go into more detail in some of the areas that I've touched on. But this is just a tidbit of what we are to see. I'll come back after with the 120-day agenda. That is when I'm elected on 7th January 2025. within 120 days, I have a social contract with the people of Ghana. I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm going to do in my first 120 days. Thank you very much.
Mahama there at the venue for the launch of the NDC Manifesto, and he's laid out a fair bit of what the NDC wants to do in 2025. Some of them we already know. For example, we're talking about what they want to do for the education sector for those first-year students get into the university. But he has also added a fair bit of detail to additional policies that they intend to introduce next year. Raymond is here with me. Winston is here with me. Let's get through that. We're now waiting to hear the details of the other sectors that we're expecting that the running mate will be leading, and other individuals in the party will come forward and also present the economy, education, energy, and other sectors. But from what John Mahama had said to us right now, what stands out for you, Raymond?
The things we knew, and it was right from the beginning going to be a repetition of perhaps the NDC's biggest offering going into this election. Implement a 24-hour economy strategy. He brought a wheel of a sort to come a time wheel that shows you that the clock, how many times you can work in a day, 3 seasons, morning, afternoon, evening, presumably. Then he said one job will be done, and he mentioned areas like DVLA and others. Please, I was expecting that they will break it down further because, and I think they have now adopted a certain code, 133, which is what they're using to explain it. Because
one job, 3 shifts, 3
people doing it. It is because if your biggest policy is slapped in the face and there's no credibility around that, you are losing the election. People, and I've mentioned this before, Ransom Jampo and others did a study about, because sometimes we just think that manifestos are useless documents for a bill. No, it's not true. In fact, their studies suggest that if it is broken down to simple forms for people to understand, they are willing to go along with you on some of these, even though we have generally agreed that sometimes we do ethnic census as elections. People vote based on some other reasons. But some people vote according to policy. And even for the less educated or uneducated in the Republic of Ghana, if you are smart enough, free SHS, and of course it was tagged as free education along the line, remember? Free education, then free SHS was key because in every home you could identify a child who needed education. Secondly, all of these other things that come along those lines. So if the explanation is required, yes, he took time to go through the 133. It doesn't mean that there are no questions on it, because I was still wondering how some of the other things were going to be done. He also mentioned, Winston, that we are going to do some made in Ghana policy.
Yeah.
Akin to what Dr. Bami had mentioned earlier on.
And also, when Ekospo Gabra was a trade minister, he also introduced a Made in Ghana committee. That's true. That worked at sort of fleshing out the policy a bit more. The key question is, why didn't they implement it then?
At the time,
it's found its way back into a manifesto promise.
I'm sure somebody sat there and said, we needed to go along this line. In fact, he said something that was interesting. He said that he had spoken to an industrialist who said, you don't necessarily need to produce every single item of the clothing here, because you can get the cotton, original quality cotton from Burkina Faso or other countries, and your industry can still function with that cotton and produce the clothing. When you develop along the line, you can now build an industry of cotton making in Ghana. So it appears that all the things that John Mahama started talking about are the key things they'll be taking out there. See their shared highlights too. Those are the key things that they will also be mentioning. Of course, there's no way he could have continued or finished this statement without mentioning the quest to abolish e-levy and also review the levy imposed. And in the highlights I was looking at, there appears to be a slight shift. You get the tray for me. This is what the highlight says. We shall abolish the obnoxious e-levy and review the levy imposed on bet winnings.
I thought they were going to scrap it.
Yes. I also thought it was so clear that the only decision the NDC want to make. Do you know why this is important? In the last couple of days and weeks, we've been having this conversation.
Yes.
I was also for abolishing bet winnings 100%.
I have never been in favor of it.
Yes, but I think the suggestion, and my argument was on two prongs. One, it doesn't deter anybody. Two, the incidents may be inappropriately targeting the poor who are not finding jobs, who are barely surviving on this. But Western and Co. have been arguing that you can separate it.
Yes.
You can say that if you win within a certain bracket, no tax on your winning. But if you win exceeding a certain bracket, we can tax it.
Exactly.
I am willing to accept that. I suspect that is equally influencing the thinking here because it appears to be a slight shift from outright would abolish to and review the levy imposed on bet winnings. I am interested in knowing what the fuller appreciation and understanding of that issue is supposed to be. Again, I mean, there is another point that was not directly mentioned, but is in the highlights. It said they shall relocate some ministries out of Accra Central Business Area to decongest the city of Accra. John Dramani Mahama has mentioned this before, with the thinking that it will help out in doing some of these things. If you move it beyond the main ones, they say they shall apply the stabilization levy for its intended purpose of cushioning petroleum consumers. You know, we've done that before. They say the money is not enough and all of that. Then launch an urgent economic recovery and fiscal consolidation plan within the first 100 days. I see it here. He did not elaborate on that. The difficulty, and Fifi Kote mentioned something, that if anybody tells you that they will do whatever within the first 18 months, then there's a problem. When you put words like launch an urgent economic recovery and fiscal consolidation plan within the first 100 days, it's almost as if people expect something to happen within the first 100 days.
But they're launching it.
It's not
implementing
this is merely launching an economic recovery and fiscal consolidation plan. Document, process, not the outcome. Which is not saying that in the first 100 days we should expect something. But every other time, and I have actually seen that happen, every other time you put some of these timelines to your policy direction, some people think that you are indicating something should happen within the period. Well, there are others that should also be of interest to many people. Okay, so related to that, there was going to be a national economic dialogue within the first 100 days to produce homegrown policies.
Which is something that they championed in 2015. You want to bring it back?
The Senchi Accord.
Senchi Accord, yeah.
Yes, was actually put together. And I've heard people in civil society also mention that. As for freebies, I have heard more, which is...
Except that the context is different now. We already have a settled IMF program. So this accord that they are now proposing to do in 2025, what purpose would that be? Because you already have a framework.
We know every government, when they come into power, they tend to go and say back with the IMF.
To be fair to them, they've actually indicated they will try and renegotiate the terms of the IMF program.
When this government came in, it did renegotiations with the IMF. We're in the middle of implementing the 2015 IMF program. Then went ahead.
I want to take it back to the venue again because a minority leader, Keslato Forsing, is just about to speak to us, and we're expecting that he'll be detailing one aspect of the 2024 manifesto.
Fellow countrymen and women, you have just listened to the leader and the flag bearer of the great NDC, and God willing, the next president of the Republic of Ghana. My duty here is to present highlights of key policies of the next NDC government as captured in the Manifesto 2024. Colleagues, to achieve our fiscal policy and economic goals, the next NDC government will aggressively pursue the following policies. 1, we'll reset the entire fiscal framework to achieve efficient resource mobilization and effective utilization of public funds. 2, we will shift from the over-concentration of the macroeconomy to the microeconomy, where investment in the real sector will anchor sustainable macroeconomic environment and economic growth. We will implement an enduring economic policy to build sustainable economic buffers to stabilize and cushion the Ghana cedi. We will undertake a number of reforms. First is the value-added tax reform, VAT reforms. Currently, Ghana's effective VAT rate is about 22%. In fact, the highest in Africa. This is because Get Fund levy of 2.5%, National Health Insurance levy of another 2.5%, and COVID levy of 1% are all added to the statutory VAT rate of 15% for the final determination of a value-added tax. Businesses are not allowed to deduct their input VAT for NHIL, Get Fund, and COVID levy. Aside the high effective VAT rate, Ghanaians are compelled to pay 3 and 6% of flat rate for VAT purposes. This effectively defeats the key principles of the input-output of the value-added tax regime. In fact, some businesses are now unable to cope with this high tax regime, and as a result, they are relocating from Ghana to places like Togo, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, and Nigeria. It's also a fact that this is part of the reasons why some of our citizens, particularly professionals, are migrating out of our country in droves in search for greener pastures. The NPP government has distorted Ghana's value-added tax policy by implementing both sales tax and value-added tax at the same time. This is indeed the height of incompetence on the part of NPP in tax policy formulation and administration. Our pledge: the next NDC government will undertake a comprehensive review of Ghana's VAT regime. This is indeed intended to provide a relief for households and businesses. We will therefore adhere to the underlying input-output principles of the value-added tax regime. The next NDC government will do the following. 1, abolish the COVID levy. 2, will reverse the decoupling of the Get Fund, NHIL, and COVID levy from the value-added tax system. Will reduce the effective VAT rate from the 22% to a bearable limit. Will reverse the VAT flat rate and will upwardly adjust the VAT registration threshold to exempt micro and small businesses from the collection of value-added tax. We will improve VAT compliance through public education and awareness. Aside the VAT reforms, we will also undertake a public debt management reforms. In fact, to restore confidence in Ghana's economy and the capital market, and to prevent a repeat of President Akufo-Addo and Vice President Bawumia's reckless and excessive borrowing that resulted in crude and painful haircuts, the next NDC government will establish an independent public debt management office to ensure effective public debt management. We'll also review and enforce the Fiscal Responsibility Act, Act 982, and implement a fiscal consolidation plan to ensure fiscal discipline. We will also implement a deliberate policy to build sustainable economic buffers to cushion and stabilize the Ghana cedi. We will also undertake a public expenditure management reforms, and in doing so, we will tackle the wastage of public funds and ensure prudent expenditure management, and we will also do the following. We will establish an independent value for money office to scrutinize government procurement above a threshold to be determined by Parliament. We'll reset the entire fiscal framework and implement a robust fiscal policy regime for effective utilization of public funds. Colleagues, historically, the Ghanaian economy has been the second largest in West Africa, aside Nigeria. But Ghana has lost its enviable position to Cote d'Ivoire due to lack of investment and dedicated policy towards economic transformation and growth. As at end 2016, the size of Ghana's economy was 55 billion Ghana cedis, representing the second in West Africa, while that of Cote d'Ivoire was 48 billion Ghana cedis, the third largest in West Africa. However, in 2022, Ghana lost its enviable position of the second largest economy in West Africa to Cote d'Ivoire. As at the time, in the year 2022, Ghana's GDP was $73 billion, while that of Ivory Coast was $75 billion. So since independence, for the first time, Ivory Coast overtook us in terms of the size of GDP as at the year 2022. This situation is projected to worsen by end of this year, while the Ivory Coast GDP is projected to be $89 billion US. Ghana's projected GDP by end of this year is estimated to be $75 billion US. Honorable members and colleagues, in order to reverse this downward trend, the next NDC government will introduce and implement a $10 billion big push. This big push is aimed at driving the needed focus and investment for economic growth and transformation. The big push will be a major economic policy of the next NDC government with 4 key economic growth poles. First is the Western Corridor Economic Enclave project, and then second is the Eastern Corridor Golden Growth Agenda. The third is the Transformational Road Transport Plan, and the fourth is the Cocoa and Palm Economic Crop Rejuvenation Program. Ladies and gentlemen, the NPP government has been a monumental failure. They have destroyed our livelihood. They have indeed driven our economy aground. They have collapsed Ghana's cocoa sector. They have wasted and dissipated Ghana's public fund. They have destroyed our good governance. They have reversed the progress of our country. They have delivered crude and painful haircuts across board. They have corrupted the moral fiber of our dear country. And of course, they have implemented the Ejapadiye state capture plan. Let me say, fellow countrymen and women, that the time has come for us to come together to restore our country and reset our country. Mini anam Ghanafo, abani oda hochero soronko oda abrehen. Abani wedi henewu, yeda yenda. Edwuma nyi ho, mbranti nye edwuma nye, nketesia so wonye edwuma nye. Yara kasa sisiare yi, se wie school mpo anyim dare ba beye. Wa ma hochero kesaba, da yetoto sramonye de. Abani otudo ankasa ontumi nyem onye yi. Baby a wode Ghana akwahye sambaka mo ho, ambaka President Mahama no ho, ambaka ya kyereba yen sister, yen maame Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agema no ho, ne yamboa yen papa oye President John Mahama ho a menu anom ahokyere no obegi nsem efi Ghana ha. Da yetoto sramo de momboa hen fifi manto mofo. Mo amunyim de NDC party ze ye ka party odwene yen ho a onenye NDC party. Imbri biara ba wo boa hen. Ya tutu sramu ina mombaka yen ho ne yenye na Ghana onye yei. Usande baby a Ghana rokon wa ya hmotsododo. Baby o mane kwei se yanka mbom na se yamje o mane emfi MPP wonsema ekroyi obesei. Madam Asibebre nyame sramu ina.
That is our minority leader in Parliament, the Honorable Ato Keso. Forsen. We are moving straight to agriculture and agribusiness, and we are inviting on stage the Honorable Eric Opoku, MP for Isunafo South and ranking member for the Parliamentary Committee on Food and Agriculture. The Honorable Eric Opoku. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Your Excellency, the incoming President of the Republic of Ghana, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I crave your indulgence to stand on the established protocols to dissect the agricultural policies of the next NDC government. The agricultural sector is confronted with low production, low productivity, food losses, limited markets, and poor access to credit, among others. These have largely been occasioned by low investment in the agricultural modernization and the entire value chain, leading to food insecurity and the alarmingly high food inflation the nation is grappling with. Also confronting the sector is the problem of climate change and environmental degradation, aggravated by the increased rate of illegal mining. It is estimated that Ghana spends $2 billion, cedi equivalent of almost 32 billion, to import food annually to supplement local production. This places undue pressure on the cedi. Hence, the exchange rate, which was $1 to 4 cedis in 2016, is now $1 to almost 16 cedis in Ghana. We import tomatoes, pepper, onions, palm oil, among several other items. Trade data from Ghana Vegetable Producers and Exporters Association indicate that the annual tomato import from neighboring Burkina Faso has hit a staggering $400 million from an estimated $99.5 million in 2018. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in 2022, our national demand for pepper was 314,000 metric tons, out of which 121 metric tons, constituting 38.5%, was produced locally and 61.5% imported. Ghana spent a whopping $354.9 million on the importation of pepper into Ghana. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, food inflation, which was 22.6% in May 2024, is a major contributor to inflation in Ghana. The World Bank has ranked Ghana 6th in Africa with the highest food inflation. Ghana, which recorded its lowest food inflation of 5% in July 2024 under John Dramani Mahama, has recorded its highest of 61% in January 2023 under Nanado Bawumia government. According to the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, in terms of the prevalence of moderate or severe food insecurity in Ghana, 12.9 million people, or 39.4% of the total population, were affected in 2022. According to the World Bank, the rising food inflation has pushed 850,000 people into poverty, joining the 6 million already in that category. Ghana has paid $12 million for the Pualugu multipurpose dam, for which no work has been done. Ghana's unemployment rate hit 14.7% in 2023. Ghana has expended almost $3 billion on a program called Planting for Food and Jobs, intended to ensure food availability and affordability. Yet, food inflation is ballooning. The next NDC government is committed to addressing these challenges through an Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda, ITA, which will focus on modernizing agriculture and promoting agribusiness to reduce food inflation, ensure food security, boost exports, and create sustainable jobs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of the strategies crafted for the realization of the ITA is the Feed Ghana program, which will drive our nation towards food sufficiency. The program is imperative considering the imbalances between food production and consumption in Ghana. Under this program, the NDC government will feed the Ghanaian people as well as Ghanaian industries. We will foster symbiotic relationships between agriculture and industry to unlock the full potentials of our state and liberate the entire citizenry from abject poverty. Interventions for the realization of the objectives include, under food crops, the implementation of a transformational grains development project to increase the local production of maize, rice, soya beans, and sorghum. Production of roots and tubers through investment in research and the adoption of locally manufactured and approved technology. Restructure and strengthen the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, GIDA. Implementing a vegetable development project called Yeridua to enhance the production of tomatoes, onions, pepper, and other vegetables. Under poultry, we are going to revamp the collapsing poultry industry by providing incentives for farmers and promoting local consumption under the Made in Ghana agenda. Rolling out a poultry farm-to-table project in collaboration with Poultry Farmers Association to boost poultry production. Implementing a broiler production cooperatives project involving at least 160,000 rural women each, producing 100 eggs every 6 months. Roll out a livestock development project to boost meat and dairy production, especially of cattle, piggery, and small ruminants. The NDC will increase productivity and development of fisheries, aquaculture, and the blue economy as follows. Establish a blue economy commission that will conserve marine and freshwater resources of the country and use them in a sustainable way to enhance economic development. Enhance aquaculture through improved fish genetics, commercial fingerling production, strengthen quality assurance and disease control, and support research and development in fisheries and aquaculture through institutional resources. Restore efficient pre-mixed fuel distribution through landing beach committees. Provide technology to fishers and enhance sea security to optimize fishing operations. And Ghana cocoa, baby, I could do say, cocoa, Gimana say, I will make cocoa, Mahama pencil, 2016. Yati cocoa, enya 969,000 tons. And then I was say, cocoa Ghana train or afi 2024 nyinaa 450,000 tons. Cocoa yera mama toye 2013 cocoa board nyamfaso, 2014 cocoa board nyamfaso, 2015 cocoa board nyamfaso. Ebra Nana Akufo-Addo ene Bawumia ebedi akonwan 2017 cocoa board boka, 2018 cocoa board boka, 2019 cocoa board boka, 2020 cocoa board boka, 2021 cocoa board boka, 2022 cocoa board boka. Arawo say say 2023 omo di aba abontin say omo nyamfaso ye ka trom say nya no krese cocoa board nyamfaso omo si de nti omo nyamfaso no say omo tu omo kani bi ahyeda da akye atua nti utifiri mu de a omo nyamfaso na je say de cocoa board akodro no abusuafo sesi ayeka say for the first time in our history cocoa board ajibosia our banks e wo Ghana ha abusia no ye be 13 billion sa abusia no cocoa board say ontimi ntua nti atia ahyeda say da akye se nkwala e wo Ghana no ba o ma ba betua atua eho esi ho sesi aye no mo ka say cocoa sika abanya ni nyina no dodo ni nyina no omu yusu no office eno om de kakra bi eko akuafo no nchen 2021 omu se Ghana nya cocoa 1,045,000 sabre no sika omu yusu no office eye office expenditure na ye 1.7 billion Ghana cedis. 2022 cocoa ayete ye no so tey ye nya 1 million bio ye nya 683,000 na so sika ye di no office no epeja free 1.7 billion ekodu 2.6 billion Ghana cedis. 2023 the see o man mu ya rahosam kra cocoa ye ton Ghana nyina ye 655,000 Now, so office expenditure, and no 3.4 billion Ghana cedis. And to cocoa scanning in ano, or my use no office, I put no, and Yahoo Fasubia. And Fiasuni, MPP are buying a bonus, and Mercury. Now, so my phone, I have cocoa no Bocano, or Mutia bonus, at the ma, Womo. Says Yaka say, Yami Adma, now what you are anymore. I was a buying or the cocoa boa, Eba. A boa for fra or de Ghana, a Piafo. Ghana, in fear at Biasam Yunini, the Ayana say a common syndrome, near Kojibosia and Sihua form, near the Abeto Cocoa, near the Cocoa no, Akotiaka. NDC time 2016 Yakoyano, Yaji $1.8 billion. Now in Sihuno, aya 1.5%. Yet me and Nina Kama, Etiaka or Haubianya Day, Ama. I feel Chairman 2023. Ghana for Paposiana near $1.5 billion. Yakoya Mrafon say, Omia Sani Asia Coco sector na yent mintia, into Yanya 1.5 billion, Yanya $800 million. $800 million, and Yadibato Coco na, Yanya Coco Nina and top, Sikano Sunina Sa, and Tidubra say a Cotiano, Yantimian Tianina, and just say Diacosibronica Coco no tongue Baku 350,000. Tongue Bianso ya bag Dusia, and Chikoka way and Niminesiano, Sayatia, I was here take tongue 350,000, Ecotiaka, and Sana Diabacano, Yakuya Fono, Etumi, and Yabi. Says here a name, Bosia Yakopabeto Cocono, Coco Borcoya, Yanyabi. One much atrose, one man as one Kojibio, no mu pebi wa Ghana ha. Bosiana ejina brocheno, ehunsi hunu ya neswa. Ghana ha Bosia, wanyan fofofo krano, 30% interest. And so bad then waka say, e what the muwa, just obaje had yana, enuna ebebuawo. Na the otosum you say, Coco board na match. Omo tren kata, akoma oma babosia ni nyina say, Obia amra na mama buaye, na yema mama ya Bosia. Om den kata ni nyina koi. Ama wo hwe mu no om so dabi dia mo baje na anu mo antua antua ya de mamu bie wa nya de am betumi atua enti ya fe sika ma ho nti se si ai so mo bie koko next week hospital free health insurance unya bio if the cocoa board e be health insurance e dia ma koko kwani bia enti ya ma card na wo ye koko kwani a ya register wa wi a wanya card no eno an se wo de call hospital ewu a cocoa board be san renew ama wa kwani bia be call hospital won tua bio afei akuafo bonus na ayira no NDC aban be sa de bonus na yedai ababio afei nro aya fertilizer ye wurajo Mahama otogu ho say ye fanya koko no otwetwe ho not for sale ebra ye fra konwa so ne enche fertilizer ni nwie na dodo na agu office ye nuanom MPP before bae no omso omo to fertilizer no 80 Ghana akuafo na ntini anto into a man who office hot proy. Auditor General the report a brave of Parliament say fertilizer a proy and kuano none boy a 239 million Ghana cedis. Aya titikano almost 240 billion. Omumanugu office SAIQA. Yera mama say the fertilizer ni babio. Sabaya cocoa no beso. Obama for free fertilizer. Yabama wonro na akuafo timi ayemfuo no ama cocoa na ayedai aye kama. Afei koko kwani bia wo Ghana ha yewura mama se yama wasonte se kwadwuma no be ya ejinamoso akande bia mo de be koko adwuma no ebema koko adwuma na yeye no se nyame ya adoma ode ni nyina bema mo na wata mochi na afei ya bia koko processing factories na ye koko na no yetimi de bia ye chocolate ni wa bebre wa ha na ya fa mo ma ene mo nana no nyina nso adwuma medamase nyame hiramu.
Thank you very much, MP for Isunafo South and Ranking Member for the Parliamentary Committee on Food and Agriculture. That was revealing. Thank you very much. Cocoa Board Abrankasa. Anyway, moving on, let's introduce some of our chiefs who have joined us. Osaberi Makwekwata II is Omahini of the Ogwa traditional area. A round of applause for Osaberi Ma. Sibre Kwebu Ewusi the 7th former Vice Chairman of the House of Chiefs and the Chief of Abiaze. Thank you very much for your time, Nana. Oketeku Kome, the 8th, Chief of Commander, hometown of our running mate. Thank you very much, and thank you for giving us such a beautiful woman with a beautiful soul. Nanam Maate Wayo, the 2nd, Chief of Achim Asenho. Thank you very much for your time. Nana Kusibuedum, representing Amentim Otu, the 11th, the Paramount Chief of Abra State. Thank you very much, Nana. And representative of the Chief of Winneba, led by Neyi Gati, Jankuma the 3rd, Adontihene of the Winneba traditional area. Thank you very much, and thank you for accepting us into your constituency. Next is the Honorable, I call him Son of Man, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa is MP. Is MP for the Northern constituency, and he will be speaking on good governance. I think that he's the best person to speak on governance. Every morning I'm looking for his wall on Facebook to read what is the scandal of the day. Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Obi. Eyezu, Eyezazu, Zuzazu. Our incoming President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, our incoming First Lady, our incoming first female Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, my own mother, Professor Nana Jenopoko Ejiman. I acknowledge our national executives and the well-established protocol, and of course, our distinguished Right Honorable Speaker. So I am to speak to you on the good governance and combating corruption aspect of our manifesto. And we must all recognize that the only way we can fight corruption, combat corruption, and defeat corruption is by having leadership which is trusted, which is incorruptible, which has the track record of being honest with the Ghanaian people. Character is key. Without character, the corruption fight cannot be won. Without integrity, the corruption fight cannot be won. And we all know that in His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we have a leader who has that character, who has that track record to fight corruption and to defeat corruption. So as I stand before you today, the joy I have is that even though we have been depressed by intercepting on a daily basis the evidence of their corruption, the evidence of their looting, the evidence of their state capture, I am glad that with President Mahama, the final interception, the interception of our victory will happen on the 7th of December 2024. Comrades, brothers and sisters, you hear on a daily basis some people saying the two parties appear the same. NPP, NDC are the same. In this fight against corruption, we refuse, we reject that baseless and unfounded claim that the two parties are the same. We are not the same. The NDC is different. We are not the same. Fortunately, President Mahama has been in office before. Did you ever hear President Mahama say that he woke up with a nightmare and so has decided to make a personal pledge, and so he's going to sink $58.1 million in the world's most expensive pit? That has never happened under any NDC leader. where God is deceived, the clergy are deceived, and the Ghanaian people are deceived. It has never happened and will never happen under President Mahama. That was not the only deceit with the 339 million cedi National Cathedral. In the process, so many important edifices were demolished. As we speak, the Judicial Training Institute has been demolished. Judges' bungalows have been demolished. Scholarship Secretariat demolished. Passport Head Office demolished. NCCE bungalows demolished. Comsys IT firm demolished. Waterstone Realty Apartment Complex demolished. The Malian ambassador's residence demolished. So we have one leader who is a nation builder. He is building UGMC, building the Ridge Hospital, building the Shao Sudoku Hospital, building Terminal 3, building Kumasi Airport, building Tamale Airport, building Ho Airport. And another leader is demolishing, destroying in a deceptive pledge where he says he will not use our taxes. How can you say that these two people are the same, that these two parties are the same? President Mahama did not promise that under his tenure he will make sure that the era of sole sourcing comes to an end. And then we discover in a 2023 Auditor General's report that apparently 87%, unprecedented, unseen before, 87% of Cocoa Road projects were all single source. And guess what? Baumia's brothers at the center of that inflated single sourcing scandal. That is according to the Auditor General's report. We never saw this under President Mahama. Under President Mahama, we never saw a situation where he allows a cabinet minister to purchase state assets. And only this week, President Akufo-Addo has been saying that the brouhaha, the agitation by organized labor, all of that was needless. Can you believe that? Such naked conflict of interest. We never saw that under President Mahama. So, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that our country is headed in the wrong direction. When you read the Afrobarometer Democracy Risk Report, it says 9 out of 10 Ghanaians believe that Ghana is heading in the wrong direction. That same Afrobarometer says that corruption is at an all-time high. Indeed, if you read the Corruption Perception Index, over the last 4 years, we have stagnated. Their best performance is President Mahama's worst performance. So, when it comes to good governance, President Mahama is unmatched and unrivaled. I can confirm to you this afternoon that President Mahama's manifesto, the Resetting Ghana Manifesto, has the most far-reaching policies to uproot corruption, to ruthlessly deal with corruption and end corruption once and for all. Whereas the others are silent on corruption in their manifesto, President Mahama confronts corruption head-on. And one of the things I love about his anti-corruption policies is that he says that we are going to have, for the first time in our history, a state assets registry. We will all, as Ghanaians, know where our state assets are. In Parliament, for more than 2.5 years, we have been asking them to tell us the state of our public lands. They cannot tell us. They cannot publish the list. And yet, on a daily basis, they are selling the state lands. They can't tell us how many bungalows we have. They can't tell us the acreage of our forest left. And yet, when they die, you see in their wills, forests, Ramsar sites, where they have willed to their nephews forever. President Mahama is saying that that impunity is going to end, and we are going to have a state assets register. I am also excited about the details of Operation Recover All Loot. You heard President Mahama talk about that. He wants the Ghanaian people to know that nobody will get away with the looting that has happened in our country. All the scandals that we have seen from National Cathedral, from PDS, from the COVID-19, Ejapa, PDS, SkyTrain, Poalugo Dam, the appearance fees, the ambulance spare pass, President Mahama says he is going to launch an impartial, credible inquiry and forensic audits into all of these loots. And for those of you who have been asking, brilliant proposals from President Mahama, how is he going to fund them? Operation Recover All Loot will help us to fund these projects a great deal. As we speak, a gentleman called Kari Sames is keeping our $6 million in America. There are some shonky sheikhs keeping our $2.4 million in Dubai under a so-called Sputnik V scandal. Sputnik V manufactured in Russia, and yet this Akufo-Addo government, they were in Dubai looking for Sputnik V. When the Russian embassy in Accra told us that they have been waiting for us, other governments are dealing with the Russian government formally. We were dealing with middlemen, shonky sheikhs. SkyTrain, $2 million. All of these sums, Ejapa, $12 million, Poalugu, $11.9 million. We are saying Operation Recover All Loot will retrieve all of these looted funds for national development. President Mahama is also saying in the manifesto that we will collaborate with the judiciary to establish a special court for persons who adverse findings have been made against them by the Auditor General and the Public Accounts Committee. President Mahama is also saying that for the first time in the history of Ghana, we will legislate, have a special legislation on scholarships. And as former Deputy Minister for Education, I know that scholarships regime in Ghana is uncoordinated. You have Scholarship Secretariat, you have GMPC, you have Cocoa Board, you have all kinds of institutions carrying out scholarships. We are going to have one law, coordinated, and what I love most about this law is that politicians, politically exposed persons, family members of government officials, as you heard President Mahama say, are going to be prohibited. They will be totally banned from accessing scholarships. Scholarships will return to the brilliant but needy. I am also excited that President Mahama has indicated, when you go through the manifesto, that he is going to collapse the practice of having a special emoluments commission to deal with only Article 71 office holders. He is going to break the gap between Article 71 office holders and Ghanaian workers. So he will put together one body, the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, and then the Emoluments Commission will be put together as one body to take care of wages, to take care of remuneration and the conditions of service of Ghanaians, so that the gulf between Article 71 office holders and the rest of Ghanaian workers, that gulf will be bridged and addressed once and for all. President Mahama is also saying that our friends in the media, he is going to repeal all anti-press freedom laws and fully implement the RTI. The RTI has too many exemptions and too many institutions who are not implementing the right to information law. He is saying that under his watch, he will make sure that we have the full operationalization of the RTI. Finally, to the diplomats who are here, you will be excited to hear that President Mahama says that he is going to respect international law, respect the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. The inviolability of diplomatic missions will be protected. This practice unseen before only under the Akufo-Addo government, where embassies are being demolished, the Nigerian High Commission properties, the Bulgarian embassy, that era is coming to an end, and all diplomatic missions can carry out their diplomatic assignments in peace and stability. The demolition of embassies because of looting, land grab, state capture is coming to an end. And that is another exciting policy to look out for, in addition to a friendly foreign policy climate that will enhance good governance and deepen partnerships and make us a country that is friendly to all persons. Novinyo, mie goglomba, afififia vasugo, afififia vasugo akpa, alakpa abasugo akpa. Achingli nito over Gladua, over Glagana, Nana kama nyonyomo, ta manifesto ya, Nana le manifesto ama, na amashiama, ta ala vavieba, December 7, mi fokaba, na mi adakona, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, na adonye ya owo, 2013 to 2017, na watrava, Abayiji, na Ghana, Miatanchi, Akpo, Fafa, na Ingoyi Ava, na Afukpaya Mikpama, Asugwapa, na Ikata, na Jo. Akpanami, Maune Yomi, Miawiba Odo, Akpa. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, MP for Norton. Next is the affable Shamima Muslim, speaking on gender and social protection. She's a distinguished broadcaster and a feminist, and she's a new kid on the block, and all our opponents are afraid. All they do is attack her on Facebook and all their social media networks. But so let's welcome Shamima Muslim. Thank you. Ezuza. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. As my sister has said, I am speaking on the highlights on gender, children, disability inclusion, and social protection. Permit me, Your Excellency, to stand on existing protocols as a result of time. Greetings to you, my dear mothers, Lodina and Prof. I would like to express my utmost humility and deepest gratitude to the NDC and to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on behalf of the industrious, hard-working women of Ghana, those who lead, those who birth, those who guide, teach, till the land, feed, nurture this nation, those women who create, innovate, and build this nation, women who step up and just get the work done, period. I'd like, on behalf of the young girls, like Habiba, Lamisi, Saha, Ewanam, Patricia, Adjoa, across every nook and cranny of this country, of our dear nation, dreaming new dreams because of this exact moment. On behalf of our dear children, for whom we labor and pray for their protection, their safety, and their growth. On behalf of the resilient citizens who are differently abled and yet show up every day, overcoming daunting barriers to tell us loudly that disability is not inability. On behalf of our aged and infirmed who have broken their backs to build this nation, toiled that their sweat nourishes our dear country, guided us towards the light with their wisdom and counsel, our aged and elderly who today are being robbed of their life savings and being made to live in dignified lives. They are part of our reality. Together with all of them, we say thank you now and in anticipation, Your Excellency, in advance for seeing us, for hearing us, and for promising to amplify our voices, our stories, our images, and for your unalloyed commitment to the Ghana we want to build together, where we all belong, and for inviting us to build this Ghana with you. But be not surprised about the agency with which the next NDC government, under the leadership of His Excellency John Mahama, intends to center the issues of women, youth, and persons with disability and children. Our nation is in deep crisis, occasioned by the dire economic crisis the NPP has plunged us into, one that has pushed over 850,000 Ghanaians into poverty, majority of whom are women, the aged, children, and persons with disability. Our social democratic ethos of non-discrimination, equity, and social justice, creating an inclusive society where everyone can participate fully and equally in our social, economic, and political lives, will not allow the NDC to treat these unprecedented vulnerabilities without agency. The NDC and its antecedent has the history of the most transformative effects on women empowerment and social inclusion. We know how to create mass opportunities for our people. We know how to share the gains of progress equitably for the majority, not a clannish few. Yes, indeed, we know. We know how to unite and not divide our country, especially in times of crisis. Yes, indeed, we know. And we know how to build strong institutions like the Gender and Children and Social Protection Ministry we bequeathed to the NPP. And today that ministry is a pale shadow of its dynamic past. Therefore, in the next 4 years, we commit to significantly expand economic opportunities for our most vulnerable, increasing social and political representation of women and persons living with disability, and socially protect our elderly and our children. Specifically, ladies and gentlemen, we will strengthen the legal framework for the political inclusion of women and underrepresented groups by implementing fully the Affirmative Action Bill. We will mandate a 30% quota for women in all political appointments and pass the Property Rights of Spouses Bill, the Domestic Workers Bill, amongst others. On economic empowerment and inclusion, we will launch the Women in Agricultural Initiative to promote young women's participation in the agricultural sector by expanding access to land in agricultural zones, along with financial and business support to feed this nation and to create sustainable jobs. To support victims of gender-based violence, the next NDC administration will launch a zero tolerance for domestic violence and sexual harassment in Ghana campaign, and will facilitate the establishment of 16 regional and comprehensive 16 regional shelters and comprehensive support services for victims of gender-based violence. You may clap for that. We will develop a survivors care kit for victims of gender-based violence, including free legal services, medical examination, emergency contraception for women, mental health care services, and other necessary medication. We will initiate a national school-related gender-based safety program for the protection of all people and students. On social protection for our aged, we will introduce the EBAN, which is a fancy word for protection. We will introduce the EBAN elderly welfare system to enable Ghanaians above 60 years to have priority and free access to social and health services, as well as public transport and public spaces. If we have given most of our elderly painful health haircut, we owe it a duty to them to ease the burden. To support a community of different
about equity. Vote for the NDC. Vote for John Dramani Mahama. Vote for the NDC parliamentary candidates. Vote because you are a true patriot. It does not matter which political party you belong to. And as I heard recently, vote because doing the right thing can never be wrong. On behalf of the Gender Committee and our Chair, Nanoye, and the entire membership of the committee, once again, I invite you to vote. Vote for change, vote for resetting this country, vote for equity, vote for accountability. A vote for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is a vote for women. Let us support him to amplify the marginalized voices in our society. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Shamima. I thought we could do it better. Thank you very much, Shamima. Next is Baba Sadiq, parliamentary candidate for Ablekuma North. He is speaking on Zongo development. With a round of applause, let's welcome Baba Sadiq to the microphone. He is parliamentary candidate for the Okai-Kwe Central Constituency.
Good afternoon. Yan Zongo kuna nanga. Babu Junku kuna nanga. Mazajen Zongo kuna nanga. Matan Zongo kuna nanga. Matasan Zongo kuna nanga. All right. So I'm presenting the manifesto on Zongo development and inner city areas. When I'm done with this, delivering it in English, I'll translate it in Hausa for the benefit of all Hausa speakers as well. The next NDC government commits to implementing targeted affirmative action measures aimed at bringing significant development gaps and accelerating growth in Zongo communities and inner city areas. This is aimed at promoting social equity, stimulating economic development, and fostering social inclusion for a more balanced and prosperous Ghana. To achieve these goals, we will establish the Soyeya Fund to provide working capital for SMEs in Zongo communities. We will also reduce the extremely high Hajj fares. In the lifetime of every Muslim, attending or experiencing Hajj even once in their lifetime is a desired objective. Currently, and in the past 8 years, Hajj fares have become extremely high. It is one of the objectives of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the NDC. We will also initiate an educational infrastructure program to expand educational infrastructure in Zongo and inner cities, including establishing 3 new Islamic secondary schools in the northern, middle, and southern belts. We would also establish STEM and TVET model schools in selected regions to serve selected Zongo communities. The next NDC government would also commence an infrastructure upgrade of the Al-Farouk College of Education. It is worthy to note that in 2015, even though the Al-Farouk College of Education is a private institution, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama started the process to expand access at the college. We would also facilitate accreditation of Islamic schools, such as the Institute of Islamic Research, to support the training of more Arabic school teachers. The next NDC government would also provide scholarships to Zongo and inner city students, particularly in the fields of law, medicine, and engineering and ICT. We will also facilitate partnerships to establish Islamic tertiary institutions and link Zongo and inner city communities to opportunities under the National Apprenticeship Program. Assalamu alaikum. Annabi Muhammad. Farko zan mika gaisuwa zuwa yan jama'an Zongo duka baki daya. kuma za mu gode muku on behalf of jam'iyyar NDC da irin soyayyen da kuka gwada da NDC shekaru. In kuka duba har wa yau, in kuka duba irin constituencies na musulmai ko zongo ke da yawa, har wa yau kowane constituency duka zongo da musulmai kun ba NDC. From daga Nima har ka zo a Yawasu North, har ka zo ka wuce Madina, ka zo ka shiga a Yawasu Central, ka zo a Bilikuma Central, ka zo har ka zo ya sunan shi Asawasi, ka zo Niyo Dibiase, ka zo Ejurase Chidumase, ka zo wurin Afram Plains, ka zo ka wuce ka je Tachiman, ka je Kintampo, har ka kai Boku, wanga seat, wanga wurare duka, musulmai yan Zongo, kun gwada muna soyayya shekaru ke ga. Saboda irin abu haka, za mu so sabon gwamnatin NDC, gwamnatin da dai hal mulki, sabon shekara, muna so mu kokarta muku irin abu haka. Saboda irin abu haka, za mu so in ka duba His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, promises na muna ko alkawalin na muna mu yan Zongo, ya dedicate guda har 6 ta wurin ilimi, neman ilimi da developmentin yara ko matasan Zongo. Cikin manifesto promises shi, ya bari mun sani kaman zai so ya zo ya kafa Islamic Secondary School guda 3, guda daga arewa, guda kuma daga tsakiyan Ghana, guda kuma daga Southern Ghana. Kuma ya bari mun sani kaman zai zo ya zo kafa makarantun zamani ta wurin STEM, wurin science, engineering, technology, maths da irin aikin hannu wurin TVET don matasanmu yan unguwa su ci amfani shi. Kuma His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ya bari da NDC, ya bari mun sani kamar ya muna alkawari kamar in muka zo mulki, kan da ya fara develop Al-Faruq College of Education zai zo ya continue 2015 in kun tuna da shi ya fara expand, amma in the last 8 years nan babu gan komai kai ba. Ya muna alkawali kamar in yazo kuma zai zo ya expand saboda yaran mu ko matasan mu da suke neman su koyi abu su zama teachers. Kuma His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ya bari mun sani kamar in yazo the new government shi zai so ya ba irin institutes kamar Islamic Research dai ba su izini don kuma da taimako zon su iya su korkota muna wurin koyar da malamai makarantar yammu. Kuma ya bari mun sani the next NDC government scholarship mu focus mu musamman zai zama kan yaran mu ko matasan mu da suke neman su koyi abu ta wurin shari'a law, ko wurin su zama doctorate, ko su zama engineers, ko wurin ICT. Kuma ya bari mun sani kuma kaman cikin manifesto mu kaman zai so gwamnatin shi za mu samu alaka ko link da irin garuka ko organizations na za su so su tanye Ghana ko da state of Ghana mu establish sabon universities daga Ghana ta wurin Zongo da na musulmai na gwamnati. Bayan wanga guda 6 ta wurin neman ilimi da education yaran mu ko matasan mu, ya bari mun sani kuma saboda neman cin gaban Zongo da kasuwancin Zongo, ya ce muna kaman zai zo ya create muna soyayya fund saboda yan unguwa jama'an Zongo duka, ko mai sayar da koko, ko mai dunki, mai sayar da shanu, kaya da na mutane da masu jejuma duka, don ku samu taimako ku iya kusa cikin aikin da kuke yin shi. Yau in kuka duba an ce muna kaman vice presidentin gari, mataimakin presidentin gari shi musulmi ne, amma abu gudan na musulmi duka ke so ya yi cikin laifin shi guda shine cikin rayuwar shi shine zai so ya samu hajj ko so guda ne cikin rayuwar shi. amma yau kuka duba da za mu fita government ya ba mu mun gode Mungode. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama da NDC sun bari mun sani kaman ta wurin lamarin haji zon ya muna sauki yan zango da musulmai kowa ya ci amfanin shi zai so ya zo rage muna kudin lamarin haji. Yau kudin haji almost 18,000 cities 800 million kudin dada ya ce muna kaman ya zo zai so ya rage wannan duka. Bayan wanga kuma ya bari mun sani kuma kaman in ya zo zai so ya kara muna holiday kan Idil Fitr. Zai so ya kara muna holiday kan Idil Fitr saboda irin matsalolin da muke samu ta wurin sallah. Da shi irin shirye-shiryen ga duka muna so mu jawo hankalin ku duka. Shekaran ga in kai ka fito Zongo, shekaran ga in ka ce irin soyayyen da kuka bamu shekaru cikin Zongo, ku tuna kama akwai mutum guda mai gaskiya, mutum guda na yi muna kokari, mutum guda na shi ya gwada muna soyayya cikin Zongo, mutum guda na ya muna alkawali dai make sure kamar yaranmu sun ci amfanin gwamnati shi, ya muna alkawali kamar yan Zongo duka za mu ci amfanin sabon gwamnati shi. Da shi don Allah in kana jin mu yau ko ina kake duka ka tuna in da je a yi election, ka tuna Excellency John Dramani Mahama da NDC, ka tuna da matasan Zongo kamar irin mu da NDC za su ba mu opportunity don cin gaban Zongo. Jama'a, salamu alaikum.
Choboy! Oh, Choboy! Are you here? Choboy! 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 Hey, Yazoo! Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is an exceptional woman. She's not just a woman, but an exceptional woman. She's a woman of substance, a woman of integrity. This woman started as a lecturer. She served as the head of department at the English department at the University of Cape Coast. From there, she rose to become the dean of the Faculty of Arts. She's also the founding dean of the School of Graduate Studies at UCC. She served in that role. Now, due to her sterling leadership, in the year 2008, she was appointed as Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast, breaking the glass ceiling as the first female to be Vice Chancellor of a public university. Choboy! In 2009, she was elected as Ghana's representative on UNESCO's executive board. More importantly, this woman has served as education minister, and it was under her that we saw the construction of several community-day senior high schools, E-blocks, 46 of which were fully completed and operationalized. It was under her that teacher training institutions were converted into tertiary level colleges of education. Choboy, Choboy. It was under her that polytechnics were converted into technical universities. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a quintessential woman with 3 children, all of whom have PhDs. A woman who speaks with discretion and wisdom. After she speaks, you don't have to issue a statement to apologize or clarify. Choboy, Choboy, with a standing ovation and a rousing round of applause. With a standing ovation and a rousing round of applause. Make welcome to the microphone the incoming Vice President, by the grace of God, the first female Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajema.
All right. Thank you all very, very much for the kind reception. And I wish to begin by acknowledging the next President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the Speaker of Parliament, the Chairman of our beloved party, and Nananom too, and go on to recognize Our Lady, the Sign Language interpreter, and all of us who are here. And I want to acknowledge especially those who are outside. If they can hear me, I want them to know how much we appreciate them. They don't have the comfort of a seat, but they have kept faith, and that is NDC. We keep faith with our party. So I greet all of us who are here and those who are not able to join us. We often describe constitutions as living documents, and manifestos serve as blueprints for progressive policies and democratic development. While dynamic audiences such as these remind us all about the importance of people-centered projects. It is no coincidence, therefore, that we have met in Winneba, and this city has long been recognized as a center for development in education, culture, and vision. In Tebusiafo mo nyina akwaba, moda say. The Wadam NDC. I'm a party no more Dawa Mobia Poor Bakam. Yes, Obi Ambra, ye Jobia, ye. So we have heard the manifesto, and many of our speakers have come before me, and I want to recognize each of them. And the manifesto is a culmination of many town hall meetings, community engagements held across the country and led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And therefore, when we call it the People's Manifesto, or that we are resetting Ghana, this is not a decision a few of us have made indoors. This is our collective responsibility and our collective strategy, having come to the collective realization that we need to move in another direction. So, I also want to recognize Professor Danso Boafo, the chair of all the efforts. I've never seen anyone so patient, so focused, so determined. Prof, thank you so much. We really, really appreciate all the work, all the sacrifices, all the tolerance that you have put in order to bring us here today. And of course, all the members too. And again, to all those who made Association Loop and Abidjan Close their second and third homes, I want to say Ayuko to all of you. It has been a long walk, but we have arrived at the right destination. So we are not complaining. Actually, we are just happy. So, this launch today is the result of a visionary initiative commissioned by His Excellency Mahama some 4 years ago, and it has sustained us in the policy direction through its incubation right to its evolution and the launch today. With foresight, His Excellency asked for the beginning of crafting of what might someday become a manifesto. And even if it didn't, it would have been the collection of thoughts, the collection of strategies that we might hand over to another group. And since it's all within the party, there was no problem. So, over the past 4 years, we have engaged in countless discussions, debates, we have come to agreements and compromises, and refined many drafts and revisions to bring this document to life. We came from the party, but also from stakeholder organizations, civil society, many other concerned groups, anyone who wished to be part of the drive to change things for the better. Therefore, we have included input from private citizens because that is also very important. As a party, we have a proud tradition of listening to diverse perspectives. As is often said here in the Central Region, those standing behind us have the clearest view of whether the path we are laying is straight or not. This philosophy has resulted in what is being launched today, which is truly a collective document shaped by contributions from Ghanaians from all walks of life, regardless. So, what we are proposing, in collaboration with Ghanaians at home and across the globe, is what it is that has been elaborately conveyed by His Excellency and a couple of persons. I wish to begin with education. The NDC remains unwavering in its commitment to quality and accessible education for all Ghanaian children, from kindergarten through senior high school to the university and beyond. Education is a bedrock of national development, and we are determined to ensure that every child, no matter their background, has access to a conducive learning environment. To achieve this, we will prioritize personnel quality, provision of infrastructure and learning material, and especially the relevance of what the learners are acquiring towards our future development. And we will pay particular attention to our schools in the rural areas and in deprived areas. Having said that, what I'm trying to say is that the education goes beyond the infrastructure. Although that is basic, it is fundamental. It ought to have been there, but it has not been. And that is why we pay attention to it. And we also pay attention to the quality of the facilitators of the whole learning process. And that explains why we keep raising the quality of teacher preparation and teacher training. Vocational and technical education is a very important area of focus. With approximately 70% of our population under the age of 30 and 50% under the age of 18, it is imperative that we prepare our youth for the job market. And I would like to plead here that we look at our semantics again. If somebody went to the vocational school, it is because he is so endowed to go there. It is not so much because he couldn't. We need to tone down language so that the students will feel appreciated and will feel encouraged and will know that we appreciate them also for the talent that God has given them. We know without them, all the value addition and so on may elude us. Our manifesto also emphasizes digital literacy, and I think my boss has spoken at length on that. But our vision is very clear. We want and will support an education system that prepares every Ghanaian child for a bright future, and a child who is rooted in their global knowledge through our rich cultural legacy. We consider this to be very, very important. And therefore, all the things that have been spoken about in education support this philosophical underpinning. Now, let me highlight our women. We recognize the role of women, and Shamima, thanks for emphasizing all of it. It's very, very important, and we agree with you. But distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you also know in this country where we stand as women. In fact, before I go on, Where are the women here? If you don't mind, I would like all the women to stand just for a moment. Actually, we've been sitting for too long, so it's okay. And I want all of you to clap in appreciation. I want you all to clap in appreciation for what the NDC and what His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has done for us. By bringing one of us into the public light, he has brought all of us. Thank you very much. You may sit down. So, H.E., we want to thank you very, very much. And you know, as women, we have all kinds of peculiar problems that only we know, that only we experience. He already talked about how our bodies naturally function and how that can even stop us from moving forward. It is not by accident that when you look at enrollment from P1 to P3, it's almost stable. But you look at P3 to P6, the drop comes after P6. And you ask yourself, why is this happening? And now we know why. And so we made a bold step to ensure that girls can also go to school, stay in school, move up as high as they can, and realize the potential in them. And of course, our bodies didn't just start functioning that way. It's just been who we are. We also know our economic challenges more than others. And what are some of them? For all kinds of reasons, we are not able to stay in school, and that is something we are going to work on aggressively, to remove all the bottlenecks, to remove all the obstacles that prevent girls from moving up. But meanwhile, a lot of us are up there already, and we may have missed a few things. So what happens? It is not by accident again that in this country, many, many women are in the small-scale businesses. Na yenso ni enyim faso no. Ana mabwa. Mesiafo no wa ha. Aze na yeton, ana yenton aze. Yeton aze. Enye jetri kasibia po na yehwehwe. Na yekohe. Yankọ yem papa ho a, yebokọ nana ni fie. Yankọ nana ni fie nde MP sikra no wenwu amenze. Wo MP, de bebia na erikọ ni fie. Ana ebokọ wo fa ni fie. Ana mabwa. Ana eboko oba benyi ni fie densi na nko oba besia no o se ne nyimde onyibi densi na onyibi enwa inum ye nsama yerebisa. So what's the solution to all of this? Or we'll go and borrow. Which bank? The bank will say bring a collateral. What is it? The papers to your car. Na car na ye will be a truck ne fampo wa ya asam. And then stood up for what done the papers bra. Wara mo ete busua fie. I don't know one could take a far a bushian crass, na as a quad as a cajabusian. In so the bank entire alcohol. So then what do? We go to somebody who will lend us money. Yes, he will lend us the money, but the interest on that money is not even what we are seeing as 40% from the banks. Sometimes 100 or more. A bushian from a bois. Say who the mamanzin. Inte fi ya baya dan ena yakọ bank onyeye ena yakọ bosia osun inte ya baya dan inte here abana otimesi afase here political party a obu mesiafo na party onye ma ohe onye National Democratic Congress nenya president so obu mesiafo otimesiafo wonsu ibiko onye hwana onye His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. No wakaya nyina ye ntirabom no wakadensi ya baya dan ntia ye pede eta akwa ye papa ho eta akwa ho po a ho ayebufu ana amaboa wobaka ho za akiro na de bebi arabaze oto na aza na wagbaka na enya ihe na ye pede ye boka wo asam na mo tinyin ensi eso okay sadamza abane hwehwe ihe ye bank mahin ye pia bank ot he na ase Yempe bank obakada yankafa collateral mbra yenyibi. Yempe bank obakada yankafa yanka no hu papers mbra. Hena asase kakrakan, hena ejapa yenyibi. Into what's you? What's it? Obey handed. It is what can a women's development banker. O say asamodo. Enya asamodo ko tenye de. Yenye sikanto na zo. O yensem bi otum sisi wo henda abrabom. Ebi wo hopo a nya wo pie. Nso na beebi akwa kegina no mo da yenye. Ebusu afa sama meke water pa. Ana on tase. Water pa. Ebi so wo ho a akobo ne bosian akwacha ko na kwato collection. Obako ho zaachiro into your makonso akoto collection ana amaboa obafa nwem o uto creative wa anyim da wa no nyero kasa no abaraba ende mijina wa bu yechi mo be yebopu e yebohwe ezena kaw isi women's development bank no o di sika no mo da bosia isi hu wo ho a o de phone boko onyo wa ye nhihye papa oba more advisory services oba guide oba mental no danda no obodo baby no na mfaso ebenya na ehu a o sanda mfaso no so chen isi hu na erikotua no ebotum disika ne bi eza hye wazu tonim obodo baby na wo capital no retraw ana na business no orinyin na wo faso no na so margin na ndo de eke da wo fa ne papa no ho na so ko ama ho haircut into onyaze ebotum ya kokohopi. It's a Women's Development Bank in Oruba. It is here to empower female entrepreneurs and small business owners by providing low-interest loans, financial education, and sustainable support. These initiatives will create job opportunities and break down the financial barriers that many women face when starting and sustaining business. Anti so business no so o so any enjuma dosu anambwa emesiafo onjinze de enjuma dosu say ye kofie insa asama america emenyimfo na aja atuma ma dentra o send on so kra won kon murubu anamboa say ye badodo nti say ana ya atu do no so wa free ana nti menyimfo no account menyimfo no won bon se me mesiafo. So this initiative comes as no surprise to some of us because we have been long aware of NDC's long-standing commitment to gender equality and women's empowerment as essential pillars of national progress. And we know what our predecessors in the PNDC to the December Women's Movement and all did. It is also not surprising that it is NDC that pays attention to markets. We have heard of KJT, even if you haven't gone there. We have heard of Kotokraba and so many other markets. And sometimes you are driving or walking by, and the women who are converting our raw material into adding value are the ones sitting under some shed, the floor not even cemented, no washroom, nothing for their children. And in the end, you ask, so who buys the material and at what cost? So they need help in this area too. And you know, America today, say begoya once the can one pose when you dado. Mankesim, I might turn as well mankesim. What's the can? And I was in can. Makola, oh no, yemi. Hello, no, baby. What's all the can? Na maybe see afuna maybe one samana wa igomino wa market mankani ya won fanchem te banki lanya wo so bank ka ho I don't want them into obia ka ho obiara beye bi asama yer kanyen ye wiesu ne ba employment ayembe ya wonye adwumenye ono so boss aka ne 24-hour economy nizi obia ajatu na wo me yembo nseme use no one way and bonsom my but the power so 133. As I was to phone boko, share a pede quick and you use in your matter. I will from one. Jiwanutum or what's the wash I be that, sending out to enchant. Jiwanutum, as I summon on you, a bush of than Oboju. Was it when I Jim Baba? Now, Jonas obey Juma. nti yɛda ho ase nti 24-hour economy no menka ho asɛm osande yɛnwura wabaka ho asɛm pii me nyinaa nso yɛata ase na mpɛda mɛka health care kakra ehu yɛ na apɔmudzen na num haw ɔno so yɛate pii na dama na ɔte da hɛn mesiafo so dama wabɔ hɛn no ɛyɛ hɛn so yɛwɔ yɛn dze ma ɔte nti sɛ bibi dam na ɛdze chase compound na abɛn hɛn ɛyɛ ne ɛdze mmɔframa to hɛn akoko anofa kesi ahomakye ne ɛdze wɔn akɔ hospital sisters mboa nti dɛmi na bibi bɛn wa nti ɛwɔ ndzɛmba pii wɔ hɔ wɔreyɛ na sɛ wɔfrɛ hɛn no so a ɛyɛ hɛn so yɛdze yɛn adwene kakra baka ho a na adze no wɔadzi mu ana ɔnte dɛm nti beebi a wɔn nka do wɔ ha mmesi afo nkɔ na wɔreyɛ nneɛma bi wɔdze twetwe ho abɛkyi sisa wɔse kokɔ wɔnyim na fɛsi wɔnwa do dɛ mɛreyɛ no ɔdɔ obi so ɔtena yie ɛnyɛ mmɔn ho ɛreyɛ ama obi na ɔhɔ na nhyira no ɔwɔ nti ebusuafo nda yɛ ase ne pii yɛbɛda obiara a wɔabɛkasa wɔ ha obiara a wɔabɛkyerɛ n'adwene ɔhɔ na wɔaba ɔhɔ na wɔwɔ aboa na ɔhɔ na wɔte ne dan mu yɛsi ɛda ho n'ase. So this manifesto is not a set of attractive or empty promises. It is a roadmap to a better future for every Ghanaian. It is also our social democratic blueprint for building the Ghana we all want together. Together for say atase. Obiara so na ahoɔden, obiara ne nyimdze, obiara ne mber, obiara ne dzeka ho. Ne yetum ye pia yɛn ho yɛdze akɔ enyim. Nso onye do president na nko na ɔyɛ ne problem, onye ne problem. Ɔyɛ he nyinaa yɛn problem. Na mu wenyi dadodo obiara so baba wa abayɛ ma obotum. Na yɛasesa beebi a yɛte, yɛasesa hɛn ebusua, yɛasesa ndzɛmba pii na ɔman no wafa ne ntampa wefura. Nti dɛm na ɔkyɛ dɛ ɛbrɛ party ne yɛto man. Ɛbrɛ party na ɔte hɛn ase. Ɛbrɛ party na ɔba ɔyɛ mpuntudwuma. Yɛnto aba ngye hwee. Yɛto aba dɛ mpuntudwuma mbra. Yɛn nnwuma yɛto yes development is our goal. Ana nti dɛm nti ne yɛba nyɛ ndaadaa na akɔhwi na slangs bi na ɛbɛde slogan na ɔmfa kɔnim nyɛ ɔno nti na yɛba de yɛbɛyɛ adwuma. We are confident in the victory ahead, and the NDC has a good track record as well as a renewed vision. We are motivated by confidence in our skills and the goodwill of our fellow citizens. Progress is within our reach and the reach of every Ghanaian, regardless your age, religion, whatever that differentiates you. And we are here to present something very, very meaningful to reset Ghana. It's going to be hard work, but you and I know that by the grace of God, we will get there. So to vote for the NDC is to put your trust in the statement that Ghana can get better. Thank you very much.
And we now have a bit more clarity on what they plan to do in 2025 if they win the elections. And you know that this is your election headquarters. It is brought to you by Petrosol, Platinum Energy, Energizing Dreams, the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, CIMA, and the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, AICPA, together as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants. Also brought to you by Chopbox Technologies, a convenient service, Youth Braid Foundation, bridging gaps for positive youth development. And we will be taking you back there live pretty shortly when we get a bit more from the ground. As you see, John Dramani Mahama and the wife there in short. So we now have clarity on a bit more of what the NDC wants to do if they win power. And a few of the things stand out. And one of the things that jumped out, obviously, when we listened to them is this Operation Recover or Loot. Yeah. Oral is how they've christened it. Mm-hmm. But that's not all in terms of their anti-corruption interventions, but that seemed to be a focus. And you remember back in the day when President Kufuor came to power, there was a very clear policy, zero tolerance for corruption. But it started with the previous government. And there were a lot of prosecutions that were led by the then Attorney General, but of course inspired by Kufuor himself to try and get people who they believe were engaged in causing financial loss to the state prosecuted. Of course, the famous case is the case of Chikata. Yes. Now we have the NDC, and they have made this a top priority. They are actually christened the Operation Recover All the Loot.
Evans, I'll get to that, but okay, let me just talk about that first before I tell you what other things stood out, because I couldn't get a chance to speak about that. Of course, I'm not going to support anybody who's taking from the state. If you've stolen from the state, you must be made to pay for it. And so if a political party promises to recover all loot, why not? And the good thing about recovering all loot in a democracy is that you're going to be taking to the courts. Okay, if you get to the courts and the courts find out that you didn't do the right things, why not you get to pay for it? So for me, it's a very simple thing. Anybody who's stolen from the state must be made to face the law. And so it's something that should have happened. I mean, we've been talking about corruption here, corruption there. We've been talking about how we deal with corruption over the past God knows how many years. Anything that ensures that we do not go back to our corrupt past. Okay for me. But having said that, let me just chip this in before. So I think that, there's this advocacy, and you know, Raymond, I was just talking about it, I think yesterday on the Super Morning Show, that we should actually uncap the National Health Insurance levy. And it's a very key thing I have said. And so I'm happy that John Mahama is talking about that. And I know that even, I mean, if you were to ask the current CEO of the National Health Insurance.
Yeah, he's advocating for this too, pushing for it.
So I'm happy that John Mahama has made it very clear. He's talked about...
But where the depart is, he wants it uncapped, but the NHRS levy, once it's collected, shouldn't go into the consolidated fund.
Yeah.
They want it separate so that they can track and use it for the purpose. His fear is that when you put it in the consolidated fund, then it becomes mixed up and everything else.
Use for other things.
And that is how come the disbursements don't come the other way.
You know, when funds are collected and they go into the consolidated fund, in fund accounting, you know which percentage you must take to which sectors, because you have clearly defined you want to put it there. But the challenge always is that we find ways and means of spending the money, and then later on we say we would make it available to you. So if they say, I mean, that's something they can do. I mean, if you say, okay, so once the money hits the consolidated account, immediately it should be transferred, right? So you know that what you're expecting at the beginning of this month or that month, once you get it, it is transferred in there. Well, the truth really is that a bit challenging sometimes. It is doable, but it's a very difficult situation because the government expenditure sometimes is that you have funds here, okay, that you may not have use for immediately. But there is use for another sector, so you just go ahead, use it, and then you repay it later. But let me not go into any of these. Let me continue and say, I am in support of that. And I also believe that, look, in today's Ghana, I don't think that, and we've all talked about subscription, how subscription of the National Health Insurance doesn't generate much for the National Health Insurance.
That's true.
I do not think that, so when it says, when people go to CHIPS compounds and health centers, they don't have to pay for anything. It's something that is doable. You, Evans Mensah, you, Raymond, and I, as we sit here, why? We pay SNIT, we pay contributions. A percentage goes to the National Health Insurance levy, i.e. the National Health Insurance Scheme. I have never used my National Health Insurance card ever before.
Yeah.
I have never used it.
You even have one?
I haven't used it before.
You even have one?
Do you have one?
Well, I was given one at the University of Cape Coast.
That's such a long time.
That's a long time ago.
I'm not sure they still have in their records.
And I'm not sure.
Because you have not renewed.
No, I haven't renewed. What I use today is my private health insurance. That's what I use in getting in going to the hospital. So that also is achievable. And I am happy that we're talking about uncapping this. We don't have to only uncap the National Health Insurance levy. Get fund. In fact, you must uncap all these things. There's a reason why we put these things in place, so you must uncap them. Having said that, you see John Mahama trying to bring some bit of, understanding to the 24-hour economy thing. And we're having the conversation about, the DVLA and, passport office and all of that, except that it's not a bad idea in itself. We may have to look at the security situation also. If people can go to, Raymond, it's very important. We must look at the security of the country. If people can go to these places at night, it's very important. But then also, we must look at all of it also from a point of demand. Okay? So in doing the analysis, for instance, it might be important for us to note why this is important. What is the demand for services at, say, the DVLA? Is it a case that people go to the DVLA and are unable to be served because there's too much pressure on DVLA? If we do this, so would it be important to just go straightforward 24 hours? Or we probably may want to extend services to, say, 8 p.m. or 9 p.m.
That's true.
I do not think that wholesale, because the NDC is talking about a 24-hour economy, then everything, so once they identify an institution, it must be 24 hours. Because you're employing more people, and as they come into the system, you also would expect that they'll be able to provide the services, and by providing services also, they provide the services which at the end of the day when people pay for would make sense, financial sense, why you decided to go 24 hours.
Because the point you're making is important.
Yeah.
The objective for a 24-hour economy is to stimulate economic growth.
Yeah.
So if an economic activity that then of course generates enough to increase your GDP. If you have that implemented in sectors that are not self-yielding and not in productive sectors, you would increase your expenditure.
Exactly.
And actually then take away from the objective of leading, creating economic growth.
Yes,
so it cannot be a wholesale application.
And that's why I use the cluster development.
I want to go live. I want to go back live to the venue because we see the John Dramani Mahama, who had the turn to list for us what they're doing, is back there summarizing what the party wants to do next year if they win.
For emissions levy. And will review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. 9. Will introduce the no academic fee stress policy for all first-year students in public tertiary educational institutions, in universities, in technical universities, in polytechnics, colleges of education, nursing training institutions under our no fee stress initiative. We will budget for this, and the money will be given to the Student Loan Trust. It will register all the level 100 students, and it will pay the money to their universities on their behalf so that they don't have to go and pay anything. It will be a grant. It will not be a loan. It will be a grant, so they don't have to pay for it. 10. We'll introduce the following social intervention policies. 1. Free tertiary education for persons with disability. The Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund, which will be a fund that will help the treatment of kidney ailments, hypertension, heart disease, high blood pressure, and all those kinds of things. We'll commence within 120 days the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in basic and secondary schools. 11. We will institute inquiries or forensic audits into the following matters of public interest. 1. MPP's collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks and financial institutions at a supposed cost of 25 billion Ghana cedis. We will institute an audit into the illegal printing of money by the Bank of Ghana to finance the corrupt Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration. We will investigate the 58 million National Cathedral scandal. We'll investigate the COVID-19 expenditure scandal. We'll investigate corruption scandals including the PDS, Ejapa, SML, ambulance spare parts, 13th African, All-African Games, SkyTrain, Palugu Dam, mass sets, Galamsey fraud, missing excavators, missing tricycles, illegal and inflated single source contracts, bus scandals, and many others. We institute a government policy banning all political appointees and politically exposed persons from buying any state assets. We will allocate seed money within 120 days for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank to support women-owned and women-led businesses. We will launch the following priority job creation programs in the budget. The first is Ejumawura, that is the entrepreneurial project to promote 10,000 young entrepreneurs and mentor them. The 1 million coders program will roll out a Made in Ghana agenda to promote the production and consumption of locally produced goods, particularly through leveraging of government spending power. 15. We review the Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvage vehicles to rescue the local automotive industry in Swami Magazine, Konkompe, Aboso Okai, and all others. 16. We will lay before Parliament a new bill to usher in a new era of government scholarship administration, which will, among others, prohibit political appointees from accessing government scholarships and eliminate political patronage, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption in the award of government scholarships. We will make the scholarships process transparent, publish the names of everybody who is given a scholarship so that the whole country will know who are getting those scholarships. 17. We will aggressively confront that's number 3. Number 3 is not a small position. We will aggressively confront the illegal mining menace and place a ban on illegal and new mining activities in forest reserve and roll out our Tree for Life and Blue Water initiative to heal and sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. 18. We will launch the Black Star Experience. Unfortunately, the paper on creative industry couldn't be read because we've run out of time. But in there's what we call the Black Star Experience. It's our major creative industry and tourism initiative. So the Black Star Experience will be launched. It's an initiative as Ghana's flagship culture, arts, creative industry, and tourism brand to transform Ghana into a preferred hub for creative industry and tourism. 19. We will commence investigative processes to purge state security agencies of all militia and vigilante elements who are causing havoc in our country. 20. We will reopen investigations into major unresolved criminal cases, including the 2020 election killings, Ayawaso West Wagomba election violence, murder of Ahmed Swale and Silas Wulo Chame. 21. Will initiate a probe into the man-made disaster caused by the VRA spillage from the Akosombo and Kon dams that displaced and destroyed the livelihoods of thousands of citizens in the Volta region. And we will take immediate steps to provide compensation for the victims, including those in the lower Volta, those in Oti, those in Bunu East, those in the Savannah regions, and other areas that were affected by the flooding. Ezu will carry out a shake-up. We'll carry out a shake-up of all loss-making SOEs and realign them to break even and transition into profit-making. This is a social contract with the people. A lot of people ask me, you're going to find an economy in a mess. How are you going to handle all this? We're going to realign our expenditure. We're going to cut out waste. We'll realign the budget so that we can create more fiscal space in order to finance these projects. We're going to use innovative methods to raise the resources so that we can finance these projects. We're going to prioritize, strictly prioritize, and select the most important projects that will create immediate benefits for the people of Ghana. We're going to put our money where our mouths are. That is what a new NDC government is going to do. Ezu, iya maza de mata, danwa na go de kware. Ezu, manyan mu na ce wanda ya gwada maka soyayya ya yi kamata ke maka gwada mashi soyayya. Yanzu don shi ne ana faɗi wai so mai sonka. Yanda zongoni suka gwada muna soyayya, insha Allah, Ale ba mu karfi, e ba mu iko, mu ma mu gwada musu soyayya haka nan. Yanzu don shi ne Kenny na Sadiq ya faɗi wai insha Allah, in muka zo mu duka mun sani kaman zuwa Mecca ya zama one of the 5 pillars of Islam. Amma yau saboda kudin da ya yi kama da a biya a je Mecca, mutanenmu, iyayenmu, maza da mata da yawansu sun yi niyya su je Mecca amma ba su yi. Idan Allah ya ba mu mulki muka zo za mu rage kudin Mecca ne kowa inda ya yi niyyar shi ya samu ya je. Karshen mangana na mun sani watan Ramadan in za a yi azumi ana duba watanni kamun a fara Ramadan. In za a kwance azumi ana duba ni a gani wata tukun a kwance. Don shi kowane lokaci ya zo a yi kaman waranga sun ci sallah yau gobe waranga kuma su ci sallah. Don shi abinda za mu yi mu kawo zaman lafiya kowa ya ji dadin sallah za mu kara za mu kara ranar hutawa guda shine ana turawa na cira holiday za mu kara guda a kan Idil Fitr don shi in wayanga sun kwance yau sun ci sallah yau waɗanda sun kwance gobe su ma su samu su ci sallansu. Yau dai Hausan Kano na ya zo sosai ba wasa ba. At this juncture, I want to invite my running mate, Professor Jenana Opokwajima, our national chairman, General Mosquito Johnson Asiedu Ketia, our general secretary, Fifi Piabekwete, and our minority leader, the Honorable Acho Kesel Paulson, to all join me up here so that we can launch the manifesto. Yeah. Where's the parliamentary candidate for Winneba? Join us up here. We are launching 2 versions of the manifesto today. The manifesto itself and then the Braille version for the visually impaired. We are launching both today. So on behalf of the good people of Ghana, the national executives, the rank and file of the National Democratic Congress, and the youth and women of Ghana, I have the honor and privilege to launch the 2024 Resetting Ghana for Jobs, Accountability and Prosperity Manifesto today. I consider it duly launched.
This is a formal launch now of the NDC 2024 Manifesto. This is your election headquarters and is brought to you by Petrosol Platinum Energy, Energizing Dreams, the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, CIMA, and the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, AICPA, together as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants, Chopbox Technologies, a convenient service, and Youth Brave Foundation, bridging the gap for positive youth development. And there we have it. the manifesto is duly launched. A few very interesting proposals in there. Yes. You were already talking about one of them that stood out for you.
Yeah, when I was talking about, I was talking about the national health insurance, the uncapping, but I was talking about the 24-hour economy. And I said that, the fact that with Mahama's explanation, you get, look at it, this is like the best explanation I've heard about the 24-hour economy. Of course, it's his idea, so you'd expect him to be able to explain it. But again, I was saying that, look, let's look at it. So when you're providing services, for instance, you must ask yourself the simple question. Okay, if I want to go 24-hour, is there a demand for it? Because you just don't employ people who get into the work, and at the end of it all, you don't even get the funds, and that becomes a liability to the state. So yes, of course, the state doesn't have to look at making profit necessarily. The state must look at, public service delivery, but the state must also ensure that it doesn't bring on more people onto the wage bill when it could have actually done with what it currently has. So we need to look at that. In principle, it's not a bad thing, but you must do the needs, the assessment properly. Is there a demand for this service? So when it comes to DVLA, for instance, you're asking yourself, how many people go to DVLA in a day? If we decide to run a 24-hour service, how many people would go there? The number of people who go to DVLA in a day, will they be better served if we had more centers? That's a question you can ask yourself. Yeah. Would they be better served if we had more centers? If you look at the passport office, for instance, would they be better served if we, decentralize passport application services? These are questions we need to ask ourselves, because like I've always insisted.
And will people be better served if we stop segregating the services into premium, specialized, rich people services, then we dedicate people consistently for it within a short period, then the rest of us will have to now go and fight for long queues, almost as if without more money, you cannot get proper service or convenient service from the state.
Sure.
I hope you get my point.
Yeah.
So it's not only about extending the time, it's also about what you're doing with your current system.
Exactly.
Is it better off to isolate and give privileged services to a few and say because they are paying more, they can actually get a privileged service? Or extend it to everybody so that those who are paying more will all pay the same amount of money, but it's fast enough.
But the 24 hours economy will definitely expand access to everything.
Yeah, I'm not saying
it's
that
fundamental to
I
that
get your
policy.
Point, but I'm saying you review inefficiencies in the system to not necessarily.
I need to go back to the ground because my colleague, Brother Soga, is standing by with the former finance minister, said Tekwe.
Anything. Can you hear it? No, but the thing you're playing, is it on air? Is that audio? Is that audio? But we can't hear it here. The studio has no, I can't hear.
For them, debt numbers, he gave infrastructure numbers, infrastructure projects and things to support them. That's the first part. Then the second part is the dissecting the document itself with respect to what we plan, to do.
A number of revenue measures are being scrapped off. Is that sustainable for the NDC, knowing that we're running an IMF, a program with the International Monetary Fund? You are a former finance minister. Is that sustainable?
May I remind the media, and I knew this was coming, may I remind the media that we were in an IMF program preparing 2013, 2014, and the ECF 2015. We were in a fund program where we did most of the infrastructure projects. The IMF is not against you mobilizing and managing effectively, right? So if you recall, Terminal 3, the harbor and all those loans were acquired through our self-financing or smart borrowing, strategies.
You're talking quite a significant one, the e-levy, for instance.
Don't forget
how will you plug the holes? How will you plug the revenue holes?
Well, he spoke about rationalization. And don't forget that we inherited the single spine, which was quite significant, initially through borrowing, And then we had the negotiations with labor. You heard him talk about, the consultations. Don't forget that we also experienced the damage of the pipeline from Nigeria, which resulted in Dumso, right? And for which we had to adjust strategies, and we ended with excess, power, which should have been a blessing, was made to look like a curse. Right. So we are not saying that, it's going to be easy, as he said, but it takes dedication, because simply because you are in a fund program, that doesn't mean that you should come to a standstill, right? And so that's the problem.
You don't have a clear picture of what the situation
and let me make the last point. Don't also forget that we had these difficulties. We were in a fund program when we launched the progressively fee-free education and built, the e-schools. And as was said, we were honest with Ghanaians. Once crude oil prices fell and it was going to be difficult, we squared with Ghanaians and said we were not going to, finish them. And remember that promises are not fulfilled in a year. We are talking about 4 years, and hopefully, another 4 years.
Since you're talking about 4 years, is 4 years enough? Is 4 years enough for you to transform this?
Of course, but we are a government which believes in even pipeline projects left by other governments. How much more the ones that will follow another 4 years should we come to power? We believe, remember there were big projects, the Big Six and the rest from the Kufuor administration, which under Professor Mills we mobilized to complete. You remember the Big Six road projects and others? No, we are not going to abandon, promises because we're going into another year. And that's why I mentioned the fact that we began by showing the experience that we had. Whether you're talking about slowdown in the economy, whether you're talking about, IMF program, whether you're talking about the need to negotiate and let labor and others understand. So the blueprint is there.
Grateful, and that's Seth Tekpe, who's the, of course, former finance minister, giving us a sense of how the NDC intends to turn things around. Let's speak to one man who's also been in the thick of affairs, controlling affairs, to get to where the NDC is now. Alex Modis on Joy News. Thank you so much, sir, and it's great to be speaking to you again.
Thank you very much.
Your impression about today's event?
It was electrifying and beyond expectation. And I think our flag bearer, His Excellency John Mahama, has set the pace. He's made it very clear exactly what he's going to do. He's made it exactly clear what the people of the country are looking for. We all know that the last 8 years has been tough for everybody in the country. The country has been raped. There's a lot of state capture. But his commitment is that in the first 120 days, he is going to ensure that he prioritizes all his commitments. He has made it very clear that, yes, their challenges are huge. He's going to rationalize spending. He's going to make sure that he doesn't have a large government. He's going to rationalize all the SOEs, state organizations that are weak and are plummeting the treasury of this country. He's going to ensure that we rationalize them and start making them possible. What he has done is very clear. We've gone around, the Manifesto team went around and discussed with many people, many sectors, think tanks, to come up with exactly what is important to fix. We are not promising the moon, but we're promising that we will get things back on track.
You come from the central region, so we are in the central region, I meant to say, but then you know that this will be a swing place, a very decisive place for the elections in 2024. How do you see that feeding into, the whole grassroots mobilization of the NDC? Some say that your presidential votes appear to be retrogressing over the years as compared to your parliamentary votes, which is the analysis that some have made about your fortunes going into the 2024 elections. Are you worried about that, and how do you intend to show up the numbers?
We are not worried about it at all. What we are worried about is the blatant cheating that is going to go on in the Ashanti region by the NPP, and we are going to ensure that we have the right people at all the polling stations to stop the cheating that goes on. Ashanti region is crucial for the NDC, and we have taken all steps to ensure that it is not going to happen in 2024. The blatant cheating, stuffing of ballots, and intimidating our people not to come out to vote is not going to happen. Yes, Central Region is a swing region, and we are going to take at least 20 of the seats here. We are also going to have a majority for our presidential candidate in the Central Region. But the battle is going to be fought in the Ashanti region, and that is where the focus is going to be. Ashanti region gave the NPP 1.147 million votes above the NDC. We are committed to bring it down to less than 800,000 votes, and as such, we are sure by doing that we will win this election.
What message are you selling to the Ashanti region, since you're talking about the Ashanti region? Because that seems to be the stronghold of the NPP. What message are you selling to the people of the Ashanti region to, you know, turn around the fortune?
The Ashanti region don't need any new message. They know we build more infrastructure in Ashanti region, and we care about Ashanti region just like we care about Greater Accra and we care about the Volta region and other regions of this country. There is no one region that the NDC, unlike the NPP, emphasizes and puts infrastructure in. So the message to the Ashanti region is yes, we will do what is important for the Ashanti region. We are in touch with the chiefs, we are in touch with the people, and we know their deficiencies. Their roads are bad, it's a food belt of this country, it's also the gold belt of this country, and we will ensure that we build infrastructure to ensure that most of them will be educated by having more schools and hospitals and other things that they need that has not been given to them by this NPP government.
Finally, the issue about peace. We all want a peaceful election. The NDC is being criticized for not necessarily signing onto
the NDC has made it very clear. We are a peaceful party. However, if the NPP intimidate our people, we will meet them boot for boot. We will not allow them to intimidate us. And that is the message we are giving to the NPP. So we are for peace, but we will not be cajoled and we will not be looked down by any person in this country. Everybody in this country is equal. So we will not allow the NPP to use the security forces or use anybody to intimidate our people. And if that means we are not peaceful, then we are not peaceful.
Indeed. Alex, thank you. Thank you.
The venue there, waiting for some addresses. And by the way, anytime they go for these events, there is a party atmosphere once it ends, and you can expect that the party itself will have plans to entertain people all night in the central region.
I miss these events, you know. In those days when we used to cover these, it was fun because after everything.
Yeah, it's the thing about I don't know.
Say it's not. You are not completing the statement. So I miss these events. Those when we used to cover the events, it was fun because after everything,
it was fun.
You know
after everything, it was so fun.
I do not get it.
Okay.
No.
So let me complete.
Yes.
This is where you hear a lot of the things you normally wouldn't hear on radio and television.
True. You meet.
So you meet people
that met
who
very
tell
long
things
time,
that you never get to hear on radio and television.
Or even give you perspectives.
Perspectives that you don't hear. Or some will be very truthful to you and say, I disagree with this position. I think this is a game changer. This is not. So it's fun when you are at these events, particularly for the kind of work we do. That's what I meant. But I didn't want to say that initially.
Raymond, what were your standout policies?
First, the clarification. You know, I pointed out that contrary to the position that has been held consistently, in the Mahama Key Policies brochure, the point 4 under the economy says we shall abolish the obnoxious e-levy and review the levy imposed on bet winners. If you look at the 2024 manifesto, they are abridged 1. So 2 documents were shared, the Key Policies brochure and the abridged 1. It states categorically in 1, we will scrap the following draconian taxes within our first 100 days in office to alleviate hardship and ease the high cost of doing business. E-levy is number 1, COVID levy is number 2, 10% levy on bet winners is number 3. So this one would presume that this is the position they want to communicate. So there's no difficulty with review and all of the other things that come along that. It is the scrapping of these levies. It's interesting. They also add the emission levy. They talk about import duty on vehicles. and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes, they would also scrap any form of import duty on that. I also see now a bit of an attempt to go into specifically what they will do to ease hardships. And they list that, about 8 or so. Then it comes to the sub-road one that we have been talking about, Winston. On top of it, they deal with the price stabilization. They also talk about rationalizing fees and charges at our ports to reduce the burden on importers and Ghanaians, and they take a comprehensive review of VAT regime to provide relief for households and businesses. Of course, this will include, they mentioned, reversing the decoupling of Get Fund and NHIL from VAT. I suspected that Bamia had hinted of something like that.
He did.
Yeah. Reversing VAT flat rate regime, and also upwardly adjusting the VAT registration threshold to exempt micro and small businesses, and repealing the law imposing VAT on domestic electricity consumption. That's also here.
And that is the same as Baumia.
Brilliant. So I saw those ones, and it appeared we have some going into 2024, 2025. There appears to be consensus that some taxes, at least among the main players, that some taxes must go.
I guess from the way I put it, the consensus around the need for tax reform.
Brilliant.
They differ in the specifics, but even there you find some
on those ones.
but broadly,
generally, there's the thinking that in fact, I was told by the Deputy Minister of Finance not long ago that they themselves are reviewing the taxes, the regime. In fact, they are currently carrying out the act with the hope that in the future they'll get it clarified. And there's no academic fee policy for first years this year. Then one other thing that we have not stressed is also the NPP is also promising, did I say the NPP?
The NDC?
The NDC. Free tertiary education for persons with disability.
They've said that in their youth manifesto.
Yes. Free primary health care. And that's one way.
Paul, I think that is a significant one.
It's a new, interesting perspective.
I've just been chatting with Kwame Sapasiru, and I mentioned his name because he was with me on PMSO when we did the health manifesto and laid the sort of the framework within which all the manifestos must sit if they want to be responsive in addressing the real challenges within the health sector. One of the things that he mentioned is in delivering on the global target of universal health coverage, the country must necessarily have in place free primary health care. You have it in the UK, in Canada, etc. Now, that is what the NDC is proposing to do. The challenge with what they've done, though, is they need to specify and break it down. When they say free primary health care, what exactly do they mean? Are they covering all illness and conditions across the board? Because it appears I hear John Mahama talk about only CHIPS compound.
To polyclinics.
To polyclinics.
Yeah. So CHIPS compound, health centers, polyclinics, that's what you have it. But you see, Evans, I just want to make a quick point because we don't have a lot of time.
And then, of course, the cost factor. How are you going to fund it?
Exactly the point I'm going to make. But this is it. Why did the NPP, after promising the abolishing of a lot of taxes, turn around to begin the imposition of more taxes and engage in this crafty or this, I call it cunning way of saying, VAT, 12.5%, get fund. So you calculate that before you come and calculate the VAT. An attempt to increase the base for the calculation of VAT. You get what I mean? Why do they do that? It is because when you make too many promises, when your expenditure becomes very high, at a point you need to take a second look at everything and say, where am I going to get the money from?
How do you fund it?
It is the reason I ask this question consistently. What is the cost of these promises to the Ghanaian economy? We've seen other promises. We've seen we're going to do free this, free that. Again, I don't have a problem with the provision of sanitary pads for those who cannot afford. Because it saddens my heart that a girl will not go to school because of, the fact that she's a girl. Just because she's a girl, she has to go through that phase. And because she doesn't have money, she can't go to school. I cannot in my world believe this is what is happening in this country. So I am all for it. But again, if I had a daughter who was in school. That girl can afford it because I should be able to provide for her. Again, as has always been my principle, you do not provide things that I can afford for me. Those who need it the most, give it to them. Get those savings and put it in other sectors of the economy. Having said that, though, let me say this quickly. Let me say this before, because our time is up. Jane Nano Pokwajima.
Hey, you have said too quickly so far.
We saw her at UPSA when she was being outdoored. We're on the same platform, and we said brilliant performance. Evans and Raymond, my lecturer from many years ago, her performance today was not the best. In fact, it was good John Mahama came to complete.
To end on a high note.
Came to conclude and came to end on a high note. Her handlers would have to work on her again. Because this looked like I was in an English literature lecture room.
It was quite boring, to be fair.
And this is a campaign platform. So whoever worked on her during her outdooring should go back and work on her, because this was a no.
I want to be seeing more of what she did previously.
Yeah.
I mean, see, it's important because we tend to think that she plays very little role in the campaigning. Some of these things endorses that thinking. So it is important that she's felt and she's seen on the ground. In the coming days, we will have the opportunity to break down and demand for better and further and better particulars, because there is more free, more interesting, more engaging things within this particular document. And if we get the full document, perhaps we should be able to, because of course this one's also an abridged version. So we need the full document to be able to, get to understand it fully.
Another one that struck me, and Wingston, you've asked that question, when Jomama say that he would restore the licenses of wrongfully terminated or collapsed financial institutions. So today, if you read the abridged version, it appears that will be informed by a certain forensic audit. They'll do the forensic audit first before they now go to decide which of them, in terms of the licenses that were withdrawn, were wrongfully done.
So if the forensic audit does not point out any...
Then we'll see. But at least now they've clarified that it must be a forensic audit that will be done into that. That is the NDC's manifesto. Last week you had the MPP's manifesto. Now we have the two manifestos, and going into tomorrow, in the lead up to the 2024 elections, we'll launch our manifesto tracker. Wingston and his team of researchers will be poring over that, digesting and unpacking all of that for us to make sense of it all. One of the fundamental things we'll be doing on your election headquarters is answering the question, are these manifestos responsive to your real needs, and how are the parties planning to fund it? And that funding question is so fundamental because the fiscal space isn't there. It's not there for NDC, it's not there for the MPP, especially in 2025. And so we must test these manifestos, benchmarking it against these very important issues around funding. And where are they going to get the funding to make this happen? And so you'll be informed before you cast that ballot on December 7. This is your election headquarters. It's always brought to you by Petrosol Platinum Energy, Energizing Dreams, the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, CIMA, the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, AICPA, together as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants, Chopbox Technologies, a convenience service, and Youth Braid Foundation, bridging gaps for positive youth development. Enjoy the rest of your day.